Neighbors say they've seen loose pit bulls running in the street before, but didn't know who they belonged to.
We had no idea that they lived there, but apparently I chased them twice. They were just, roaming around here.
She chased the pit bulls? I don't believe that. What? Why would you chase them? What you gonna do? What's she gonna do? You see her chasing some pit bulls. A few seconds later, you will hear her screaming for help. Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, that they lived there. But apparently I chased them twice. They were just, roaming around.
Hey, why would you say something like that? That's very irresponsible. Young people, don't ever chase no dogs. I don't believe she actually did, but if she did, she's probably crazy enough to do that. Here they go, projecting these things as if they're harmless. They think that's what you're supposed to do. Project them and never be afraid of them. Treat them like they're harmless. And that's how people get mauled.
Here?
This should have never happened.
That's literally how this man got mauled. Treating them like they were harmless. And in the interview after he dies, she starts talking about them as if they're harmless after they killed somebody. Oh, they killed somebody, huh? Well, I was chasing them 2 different times. You see, people think there's some type of honor in behaving as if these things are not deadly. That's dumb. Low IQ. Several times I've said that many of these dog lovers, they're actually uncomfortable when the dog is around. These people show signs of discomfort or being on edge. They're not relaxed. Their nerves are through the roof. Now, this media outlet invited this shelter worker onto this show to adopt out this nasty, hideous mutt. Check this out.
Welcome back. Today I'm here with Chris Wall from Sioux City Animal Adoption and Rescue.
Thanks ever so much for having us as always. By request from your office staff, I have brought a dog in today that's been here for about 6 weeks. This is kind of cool. If you look at his picture on the website, he's got his tongue and it's stuck out like this. And he gives plenty of kisses. So we've called him Gene, after Gene Simmons.
See, these media outlets, they cater to dog nutters because they know it brings in a lot of views. Now, did you hear what he said? Did you catch any of that? Notice how fixated he is with the dog. He can hardly look at the man in the room, the other man in the room. This dog looks disgusting. Got missing patches of missing hair all over its body. This truly is nasty. Look at the hair everywhere, all over the floor. Hair all over his shoes, all over his pants. This is a health hazard as well as a safety hazard. Now, speaking of fake behavior, look at this guy. Does he look relaxed to you? Neither one of them look relaxed to me.
By request from your office staff, I have brought a dog in today that's...
And this man keeps rubbing on this thing's anus. He's fixated with this dog, fixated with its butt. Truly weird.
Been here for about 6 weeks. This is kind of cool. If you look at his picture on the website, he's got his tongue and it's stuck out like this. And he gives plenty of kisses. So we've called him Gene.
Ugh, nasty, nasty. Dogs don't kiss, only humans kiss. Okay? Dogs lick faces as a way of begging for food. Ugh, this is so nasty, man.
He gives plenty of kisses. So we've called him Gene, after Gene Simmons. But absolute lover.
Ugh, look at him. And I want y'all to notice all the hair falling off of this dog as he rubs on it. And I mean that literally. Hair is flying off, visibly.
But absolute lover of a dog. He's probably 6 to 8 months old.
You see that? Hair flying up, and some just fell just now. Now, if you can see all of this hair, how much do you think is microscopic and airborne? Just as much as of a health hazard as they are a safety hazard.
Months old. Just
That is
this
disgusting.
really today is my first sort of close-up interaction with him. But bringing him to the studio today, when he was in the back seat of the truck on the bed, and he thought he was in heaven. He thought he'd been sprung. So not.
Look at that nasty, disgusting, shedding, non-stop. This thing looks infected with all types of parasites and diseases, bacteria and viruses. No thank you. And look at how fixated it is. It's looking for something to attack. That's what it's doing. And this man is constantly restraining it. That's basically all he's doing right now, restraining it.
Not quite yet. So we got to go and take him back to the shelter where hopefully he's not going to be
Look at that nasty hair flying off of this disgusting mutant.
lasting too long there. But he is a solid guy. He's all pit, but there's absolutely no red flags about this guy at all.
He said it's all pit and there's no red flags about it at all. Why did he feel the need to say that? Because he sees how the dog is looking for something to fixate on. He fully understands that. And this guy, the host, is terrified.
And unfortunately, he is one of the many pits and pit mixes that we have at the shelter at the moment. Probably, I think there's about 55, 56 dogs, and probably half of them are of this type of breed. So if this is your breed, or you're just looking in this case
That is
just
disgusting.
for a nice medium-sized...
See him wiping that hair, is constantly falling on the floor. There's hair all over the floor right now. Look at his pant leg right here. Covered in hair. It's disgusting. Nasty, disgusting, weird, cringe. This lifestyle is going out the door. All right? Y'all have had y'all 10 minutes of fame. Get out of here.
This dog.
Nasty,
stop on down, check him out,
weird,
and that's always
dumb,
the website.
dumb,
Zoophilia.
dumb. Now watch this guy. Look at how terrified he is. Look at his hand. Huh? Check him out. Look at how terrified he is. He keeps his eyes on that dog. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. Does he look relaxed to you? Well, why did he move his hand away? And the handler, he saw that.
Website, Sioux City Animal Rescue.
Now the dog's trying to be dominant. This dog just violates this man. And y'all tell us that when you do that to a dog, that's justification for the dog to attack you. Well, it should be justification for us to defend ourselves and attack the dog if it does something like this. Because it might attack. They do it all the time.
.com.
Oh boy, notice how slick they were at cutting it. Because the camera crew, everybody, they noticed how uncomfortable this man is. This man seems to have some anti-pit inside of him. Or else he would have been rubbing all over it and getting all into it. Notice how the handler notices this guy is so reluctant to pet on this thing, to rub on it. Look at how reluctant he is. This is hilarious. Now watch this.
He's gonna.
Now you saw him reach over to try to pet it, right? You saw that? Right there. Now look at his hand. Huh? It looks like he's just about to lay his hand on top of his head and rub it. Okay.
He'll make somebody a good boy. He's a real nice guy. And as always, then we've got plenty of cats and kittens as well, and they're
Look at that. Look at his hand. Does it look like his hand is calmly resting comfortably on the dog's head? What does it look like? This man looks like he has 3 fingers on the dog's head, and he's supposed to be petting it right now. All caught on camera. He's terrified, and he could not play it off. Watch this. Look at him. Look at him. Because the dog is going for his hand. You see? You see? And this man is trying his best to keep his hand away from the dog because the dog keeps putting its mouth towards his hand. Oh, so was that supposed to be a pleasant experience? Y'all trying to tell me this man's oxytocin levels have risen? That's what y'all scientists trying to say? Trying to tell us this is a moment of love and all this type of stuff? That's cringe. That's weird. And it's a lie. You're dumb. Dumb. For being in a company of something that you know is deadly, and you're sitting there trying to pretend like you enjoy its company. Yeah, you in the wrong business, buddy. You better get your own media outlet. Look at him. He's basically hiding his hand from the dog. Look at how he protects it. He knows. Look at how he holds it. He's not holding his hand on his knee no more, like he is with his right hand. Oh no, he knows better. And this guy, you can tell, he can see this man's discomfort. Yeah, he's sort of treating this dog like it's deadly. And pit nutters don't appreciate that. Pit nutters want you to pretend and behave as if you don't believe the dog is harmful at all. Man, oh man, you cannot make this up. So this dumb, nasty dog looking for something to fixate on. This man is constantly restraining it. Now watch this.
Running loose and nobody came looking for him, so he didn't have an official name when he came in. So
notice how the handler looked in the direction that the dog was looking in. Because he understands this dog is looking for something to fixate on, to attack. Because that's what they were bred for. That's what they have an instinct for. They're naturally aggressive, naturally bloodthirsty. Don't have to train them to do any of that. We all know
And how did
this.
he make his way to the shelter?
he was just picked up running loose and nobody came looking for him, so he didn't have...
See how he looked in that direction? He noticed it was fixated on something. This man is bracing himself to restrain this mutant in case it attacks. Now watch this.
An official name when he came in, so we had a blank canvas to work from, and we think the Gene's a pretty good name.
Oh, look at how he had to tighten the grip. This thing was about to launch an attack on somebody. That's why I hate these dumb, hideous monsters, these soulless, non-human, incapable of love mutants.
Name is
All they can think about is violence, kill, eat, attack, dominate, violence, kill. Which is why they should be exterminated. I don't know what these world governments wait on. Well, these governments are run by nutters.
Oh no! You stay there. You've got to enjoy your 2 minutes of fame. It's a pretty good name. It's a real laid back dog, and
look at him. They're both of them on edge. Their nerves are through the roof. But the so-called experts trying to tell us that these things help you to relax. Really?
Said he loves to give kisses, so it all just kind of fitted together.
Here you go with the kisses. This is nasty and dumb, weird, cringe.
He seems like such a friendly, lovable guy.
Yeah, right. Now listen, this is what I'm talking about. The host just made that statement. The guy who was clearly uncomfortable and terrified. So what is he doing basically? Essentially right now, he's being fake and pretending. And I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it. I don't know where y'all get that from. Where y'all think it's appealing to pretend to be something that you're not. What is wrong with y'all?
He does.
No, it doesn't. It looked like a killer, because that's what it is. It's a killer. Bloodthirsty killer. And their reputation speaks for itself. And this was the latest example of this fake goofball nuttery, this brainlessness. I don't trust people who don't act on what they know, who don't act on facts. Instead, they try to ignore facts and try to, function as if the world is something that it's not. That's this nuttery in a nutshell. I refuse to participate in this disgusting, weird, dangerous, dumb, unnecessary culture. No, thank you. These people are such liars, especially pit nutters. They're the biggest liars.
Burbank family is fighting to save their dog tonight, who's scheduled to be euthanized after biting their neighbor. The family says they believe the dog was acting in self-defense. NBC4's Tracy Leong live in Burbank with their story. Tracy?
Yeah, Colleen, the family is appealing the city of Burbank's decision, saying their dog is not dangerous. They've owned him for 8 years and never had a problem. They say their dog was reacting to their neighbor, who they claim has been tormenting their dog for close to a year.
Just give us a chance to prove that he's a good...
Don't believe it. Y'all believe it? Who torments pit bulls? Now I want y'all to look closely at everything you see in this video.
Just give us a chance to prove that he's a good boy. Maybe give us options of what we can do.
Sylvia Franco is desperately trying to save her 8-year-old dog, Conan. In January, Franco says she was in the alleyway when her neighbor approached her, and Conan acted in self-defense.
Just screaming at Conan and screaming at me, and she was radical, her hands were
Franco says Conan
Okay, you lying. Disgusting. That is a disgusting lie, lady. Did she just describe an attack? Don't sound like an attack to me. So how you gonna say the dog acted in self-defense? There was no attack. She walked up to you and started talking, waving her arms. See, this is what I'm saying. You can't use these things for protection. They don't know who is and who is not a threat. How dumb is that? You're supposed to describe an attack, lady.
in self-defense.
Just screaming at Conan and screaming at me, and
what was she saying?
She was radical.
What was she saying, lady?
Her hands were
Franco says Conan recognized the neighbor who disturbs and taunts her dog every time she passes his fence.
The neighbor disturbs and taunts this dog every time they pass the fence, according to them.
And bit the neighbor's arm.
That was him protecting Sylvia. The accident, definitely, it should not have happened.
She didn't attack her. What are you talking about? So anybody who approaches her, this thing is allowed to attack them, and you're going to say it was self-defense? What are you talking about? These people are crazy.
Franco's husband, Nelson Grande, ran out when he heard the commotion to remove Conan and call for help. Since the bite, they say the neighbors suing them and the city of Burbank for damages. And in July, the city of Burbank held a hearing that deemed Conan to be dangerous and ordered for him to be euthanized. However, Grande and Franco says Conan was provoked.
Disgusting. So why do you think it's been ordered that they euthanize this worthless turd, piece of trash, if it's so innocent? Disgusting filth. Look at that. So degenerate. That is so degenerate. Dangerously nasty.
Conan to be dangerous and ordered for him to be euthanized. However, Grande and Franco says Conan was provoked and is not a violent animal.
Provoked how? She didn't do nothing. According to her story, she just walked up to her and started yelling. That's not an attack.
When they said that, it's like giving up your child to go get killed. That's not, it hurts your heart.
According to the Burbank Municipal Code.
What? Told you, bunch of con artists, bunch of liars.
51-1601C, it says in part that no animal may be declared potentially dangerous or vicious if the animal was protecting a person within the immediate vicinity from an unjustified attack, or at the time the injury there was teasing, tormenting, abusing, or assaulting of the animal.
If a dog is
There was none of that. She said she walked up, started yelling. Didn't say what she, and waving her hands in the air. That's not an attack.
responding to teasing or torturing or provocation and responds like a dog and in a relatively proportionate manner, then I don't think that dog qualifies as
in a proportionate manner. Teasing. You're saying to stab someone is the equivalent of teasing? You tease a dog, it has the right to start stabbing you to death? What are you talking about, lunatic? Let's hear that again. You lunatic.
Or assaulting of the animal.
If a dog is responding to teasing or torturing or provocation.
Torturing? There was no torturing. There was no teasing. And what is provocation? What are you talking about? He said teasing. You don't stab somebody because they're teasing you, idiot.
And responds like a dog and in a relatively proportionate manner, then I don't think that dog qualifies as dangerous.
Canine behavior and aggression expert Dr. Jim Crosby does not see Conan as a threat to public safety. And
the city ordered it to be euthanized. It just attacked someone. It's a pit bull. Why would you say that? Why would you make that statement? These people are mental.
Feels there are more humane options to resolve the case.
They're not human. And they've sent too many humans to the grave. Permanently disfigured too many. Look at Jacqueline Duran's face, even though she don't care. No, thank you. Don't give me no lecture about being humane to these inhumane, mutant, parasitic beasts. Pieces of trash.
Or more humane options to resolve the case.
I don't see a dog that needs to be killed.
I do. And all the rest of them.
I don't know why the city of Burbank is proceeding with this.
Yep, and they should euthanize the whole bully breed population right now. Get rid of these hideous monsters. These are not animals. They're not animals. They're mutant monsters, child predators. And they should be removed from the earth.
The hearing is set for this Friday. I did reach out to the neighbor. They declined my request for...
Sounds like a frustrated neighbor. Should not have declined that request. I hope you hear this video and share your story with us. There are people out here who understands what you were going through, most likely going through, having to deal with a neighbor with a pit bull every day. So I want to take the time to honor and recognize a hero. That is this lady that you see on the screen right now. Her name is Sion DeWet. Now, I may be pronouncing that incorrectly. This article surfaced, I think, a few hours ago. Look at the title. Sister had my dogs put down. Pitbull's owner gets a shock at SPCA. While this guy was at work, his sister, whom he said he doesn't have a close relationship with, suddenly showed up at his home. And she told the SPCA that she was the owner of the pit bulls. Listen to this. And that they were aggressive and that she wanted them to be put down. All of this took place while this guy was at work. And the SPCA put down the pit bull, the worthless mutant, and its worthless mutant puppies. That's just a fact. Dog lovers, get mad all you want. I don't care. Cry me a river. These things are worthless. They have no value to us whatsoever. All the value you can name is superficial. But anyways, this guy starts to share his sob story. Oh, I didn't know anything about it. Out of the blue, she just came to visit me, and then she collected the dogs and had them euthanized. Boy, oh boy, law enforcement came to get the dogs instantly because she said she's the owner. Listen to this, people. She claimed to be the owner so that she could have them put down. Another quote, he said, I did not get a warning letter, and there were never complaints lodged against the dog. Listen to this sad, pathetic man. He doesn't know why his sister did it because, quote, I don't have a relationship with her. What a hero this woman is. Now, let me get to why I call her a hero. These dogs were put down. He returned the following Monday to collect his dogs, and she said, oh, they were put down this past weekend. Okay, it was an emergency put down, according to him. This is what he said that the SPCA said. All the dogs were handed to law enforcement by the owner, who completed the SPCA admissions forms. The owner requested that the dogs be put to sleep for reasons cited as aggressive. Listen to this. Oh yes, this woman is a hero, and I believe her. Look at this. Surrender, legal document, declare, blah, blah, blah. He insists his dogs were not aggressive. But, and this is a quote, I used the dog to guard my house. But his sister, the hero, she said that the dogs were dangerous. And I believe her. Look at all the times we've discovered that pit nutters have been lying. They live a lie. Their entire life is a lie. Last year, this same man dated a girl who was attacked by his dog. How about it? Wait a minute. Attacked our Jack Russell. Wait a minute. Last year, he dated a girl who lived behind, and his pit bull jumped over the fence and attacked our Jack Russell. This must be a typo. Okay. His sister said the dogs were dangerous. And then his sister said that he dated a girl who lived behind, and his pit bull jumped over the fence and attacked their Jack Russell. Sorry about that. Little typo here. So, attacked their Jack Russell who lived, wow. Or her. They may have meant to write her here. Attacked her Jack Russell. How crazy is that? You dating a girl who lives behind you, your dog jumps over the fence and kills her dog. Another quote. This is from the sister who had the dog put down. The dogs put down. The dog was malnourished and he wasn't taking care of it. That dog charged at anyone who would eat something. I felt it's unfair to my mom because he is never there. The children living in the house were afraid of the dog. My sister has a baby. And how long would it take that dog to charge at the baby? She says she has no regrets in having the dogs removed. She said, if I have the chance to do it again, I will. Oh my goodness. This is Cape Town, South Africa. Ma'am, you are a hero. A bona fide hero. Because there's too many people who are accepting aggressive bully breeds. According to the shelters, according to the so-called experts, dogs with aggression issues should be put down. She did the same thing that shelter workers do all across the country every single day. And seeing that there are kids inside of that home and he is never there, this woman is a hero. There's a lot of people who view plastic surgery as a solution to dog attacks. So don't worry about being attacked. If you do get attacked, the doctors can make you just like new. Now, we all know that that is not true. And in the case of Brooklyn Curry, she is getting closer to having a fully reconstructed lip.
You know what? I can't actually move my upper lip.
Now, as we all know, it's never going to look really or function like her real lip. It will never move and function like her real lip. In fact, in this video, she's talking about how she can't even move it.
You know what? I can't actually move my upper lip. It's starting to really annoy me. I cannot drink out of a can without it spilling out my mouth. Watch.
I don't know. Look at it. Look how it don't move. She's never going to be able to move it. And on top of that, it's brighter. It's a different color because she don't have no blood flow.
Really annoy me. I cannot drink out of a can without it spilling out my mouth. Watch.
After all these surgeries, she still would rather have her natural upper lip, the upper lip she had before the attack. Okay, so this idea that all you have to do is get plastic surgery, don't worry about any damage that a dog can inflict to your face, that is a lie. Now, about 9 months ago, I believe, Inside Edition uploaded this video, actually 11 months ago, and I missed this video. At least I believe I did. Check this out.
She was just starting her career as a model, but Brooklyn Curry's life changed forever when her cousin's Pitbull attacked her. The dog bit off her upper lip.
He was like hanging off of my mouth.
We want to warn you, the image after the accident is graphic. Brooklyn snapped a photo looking at herself in the mirror.
You could see the fear in my eye, just like, oh my God, that's what I look like. Like, how do you fix this? Like, how do you fix this? I didn't realize he had taken off my whole lip.
This was Brooklyn last year, just a few weeks after being released from the hospital. But look at her now. What an incredible transformation.
Oh, stop. Yeah. From not having an upper lip at all, from it looking like Jaws took a chomp out of her face. But this is still unacceptable. Don't no woman want no upper lip like this.
I think if you were to tell me a year ago today I'd look the way that I did, I wouldn't believe you.
The 23-year-old has had 6 reconstructive surgeries to repair the damage.
How does this feel?
I can feel it.
Dr. Nicholas Doe took skin and nerves from Brooklyn's arm and created a fully functional new upper lip.
No, it's not fully functional. And at this stage right here, it didn't even look like a lip. And most people won't be able to afford to get this far. That looked like a butt cheek for an upper lip. That don't look like no lip.
In plastic surgery, it's we can't exactly recreate what was missing. But if we can mimic it enough, it should be almost indistinguishable to the general public.
No, it won't be indistinguishable. How dare you say that? Especially when the thing can't even move. That draws people attention directly to her mouth. When you only see your bottom lip working and doing all the moving. Like, what in the world is up with your lip? Everybody's upper lip moves when they talk. Hers don't. It will never be indistinguishable. Stop that.
It should be almost indistinguishable.
Not even almost, man. I immediately gonna see somebody who's only their lower lip move.
To the general public.
After each surgery, he would make a mold of Brooklyn's face to track her healing and know what needed to...
Look at it. See how it's brighter than the rest of her face? Don't nobody want no pale top lip. And again, it looked like a butt cheek. Now, The surgeon is right now trying to reconstruct her lip so that she has an actual lip. But as you saw, that thing still don't move.
To be repaired next.
What has this journey been like for you?
No, that was the wrong question. He should ask her, what has this journey taught you? See how they deliberately avoid asking that question. That's the only thing need to be asked right now. What have you learned from this experience? And she is supposed to say every single time to stay away from dogs. Well, she took an oath to never do that. They will never do that. Even though that's the simple response that she should give.
Be repaired next.
What has this journey been like for you?
Just having to look at myself in the mirror and tell myself and believe that
Tell myself how stupid it was for me to go inside that home. I should have stayed in the car. I should have refused to go inside that home because that dog was in there. I should have practiced xenophobia, and it would have saved my lip and my modeling career.
I'm seeing is not the final product, and just loving myself.
Oh, yeah, you heard what she said, right? When I look at myself, I just got to tell myself that this is not the final product. In other words, it'll look better. She's not satisfied with this butt lip.
Having to look at myself in the mirror and tell myself and believe that what I'm seeing is not the final product, and just loving myself regardless of how I look, just from the inside out.
Brooklyn is...
Well, I'm sure she does love herself. And that's what you're supposed to do. If you're still alive, you're going to develop some type of love and appreciate. That's natural instinct. But she would rather have her real lip.
Almost fully healed.
No, her lip is not almost fully healed. And it will never be fully healed. It will just look better than not having a lip at all.
Just from the inside out.
Brooklyn is almost fully healed and loves smiling from ear to ear.
And you haven't lost your smile?
No.
Haven't lost your... Now they're being delusional. In traditional nutter fashion. Yes, she has lost her smile. But listen to what she says.
You haven't lost your smile?
No. I've gained it.
No. What are you saying? That you have a better looking smile now? Or that it looks the same as it used to? It doesn't look the same. Okay, don't get up here and be dishonest. Be like, look, young people, stay away from dogs. Avoid them at all costs. That's what I should have done. Especially seeing that you use your face to make money. That was your career. Stay away from dogs. You only had 1 minute and 41 seconds. She did not once advise young people to stay away from these things. So I am.
I've gained it.
That is pathetic. That is counterproductive. That works against the evolution of human beings. You're supposed to share the lessons that you learned. The obvious lessons is that you should have never been around that worthless thing. This story just recently broke about a day ago out of Circleville, Ohio. A police dog was released onto a man as he was surrendering. From what I understand, this is the end of a chase.
Hey, that's a dog! Come to me!
He said, I got the dog. Come to me.
You don't want bit!
You don't want bit. And the other cop said, get on the ground or you're going to get bit. So you have conflicting commands here.
Come to me, man! I ain't gonna let sleep.
Do not let them, don't release the dog. Do not release the dog with his hands up.
This cop said, do not release the dog with his hands up.
Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up, dumb.
Now that dumb dog was about to attack the other police officers. And he had to scream at that dumb mutt. So this cop has that dog under voice command.
Do not
Now, one of those cops said, quit reaching. Understand that is a common thing for crooked cops to say to justify their brutality, their unlawful brutality. They will say, quit reaching, even though you are currently under attack and not reaching for anything. This dog is clamped down onto this man's arm, holding and shaking, just like a bully breed, to cause maximum damage. Now, if you did not believe that you are looking at a crime, check out this police officer's reaction. You can tell that she was hit with the feeling that she was witnessing a crime. She knows that she was witnessing police brutality in full bloom, where a narrative was whipped up as an excuse to release the dog onto him. That's not how a police officer responds when they do their job and justified to do whatever they do. So not only are dogs useless, they're unnecessary for blind people, therapy to help people relax. They're unnecessary for police departments. There are other, much better alternatives to dogs, no matter what you're talking about. So I'm going to keep up with this story. I expect it to blow up, but rest assured, this is a very good example of how unnecessary dogs are, even for police officers. They entertain or embrace lifestyles that are primitive. And they behave like subhuman savages with no value for life. They view the presence of dogs as more important than the safety of their children. And it's deeper than that, because the nature of an attack matters. There's a big difference between me, say, punching you one time in the shoulder and between me stabbing you repeatedly with a knife. Both injuries. An entirely different nature between the injuries. So when we talk about children being attacked, we're talking about gruesome mutilations. And these dog nuts will continue to view the presence of dogs as more important than preventing these mutilations. No matter if the child is killed or not. If the child is not killed, this is an attack that should not be tolerated. Like I've said before, I will gladly kill every dog on this planet to save the life of one helpless child. And here it is, you have around 15,000 mutilations in the United States alone. Just children. And these people do absolutely nothing. They take no steps whatsoever. They don't put any effort into preventing these types of attacks. As a matter of fact, they glorify the presence of these dogs more than they glorify any other entity on the planet. And they create institutions and organizations to protect these things. They want to give these mutants every opportunity possible to mutilate their own offspring. And it is this madness, this insanity, that I am dedicated to exposing and eradicating from this universe. This dog culture truly is an insult to our very existence, an insult to the universe itself. And we will continue with this merciless crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. You have to be out of your mind to welcome these things into your community. People, wow. These are child predators more than they are anything else. Companions, fur babies, protection, emotional support. No. They are most effective, most efficient at attacking, and they prefer to attack your flipping kids.
And that's just the way it is.
Now listen to this. I can't show a lot of this. They show a lot of injuries. I'm not going to show that. But listen to this.
To the ground, it was like he was a rag doll, like absolutely nothing.
That was just
yeah, that's what they do. I don't know why so many people in this country and all over the world pretend to not know that that's what dogs do to kids. Why are so many people oblivious to the fact that, yes, large dogs can toss kids around like nothing?
Quite disturbing.
The incident left Hudson with cuts and bruises on his arms and legs.
It could have been a lot worse, but it's still alarming and scary to know that at any time this can happen, and that's just the way it is.
No, it's not just the way it is. Yes, this could happen at any time. You should have known that already, and it's not just the way it is. The community is however the people want it to be. And if the people don't want these things in the community, they won't be in the community. So we got work to do. These dirtbags, these suicidal lunatics function as domestic terrorists, and we need to call them out on that and put pressure on the lawmakers, these shelters, and everyone for pumping these child predators, lethal predators, into communities, promoting them as family friendly.
The Batemans called police and bylaw right away and say their son is now afraid of dogs.
He should have been afraid of dogs before this happened. Had he been, he might not have been walking around. He might have opted to only go to his friend's house if you drive him there. He would have been far more careful. What is this? Acting as if a child that is totally vulnerable and at the mercy of a dog, the idea that them being afraid of a dog is negative. How is that going to work against him? How? You better make sense. You can't name one way that having a fear of dogs is going to have a negative impact on his life or her life. Yeah, they won't be going over people's homes who got dogs in those homes. That's exactly the point. That is what's going to keep them safe. You better practice xenophobia with your nose in the air and your chest out. I want to talk about an article that just surfaced today that infuriated me. Read to a Dog program returns to a public library. So this is a program, Read to a Dog. Henry McDevitt, 8 years old, reads to a therapy mutt. Henry has been taking part in this program for the past 3 years. People, let's stop right there, please. Reading to a mutt for the past 3 years. Now, what's the purpose of reading? This is a form of communication. Humans, we communicate to get and pass information, right? We soak in and process what other people say, and they do the same with the things that we say. So this is intelligence training. It's especially for young children, 8 years old in this case. So look at how much time this boy has wasted reading to a worthless mutt that has been given treats over and over and over every time it goes into a room and lays down like that. This is not helping these kids. What's the point? This is nothing but dog nut training. In fact, this probably hurts their intelligence, cause their intelligence to regress because they are not getting proper feedback from the entity that they're communicating with. If you're going to get kids to use language at a time when their vocabulary is developing, you don't have them read to no mutt. This is just another perfect example of dog nuttery. These weird people being obsessed, unreasonably obsessed with these ugly, goofy, good for nothing, oversized rats, rodents, mutants. The worship and adoration of these useless, ugly things is it's like something I can't even compare it to anything else on earth. You know, in general, humans are not this obsessed with any other living organism and have not been ever in history. This is unprecedented nuttery right here. So you got a 6-year-old, a child whose vocabulary is developing even more, a 4-year-old seriously developing their vocabulary. And it's not simply a matter of developing your vocabulary. It is about getting adapted to communicating with other humans. Training yourself on how to deliver the things you want to say. It's a practice of social interactions. This is valuable, valuable time. Wasted. If you have these kids, why don't you have them reading to each other? What's the point in reading to a dog? This is an act of training kids to be dog nuts. They're doing this for dogs. This does nothing beneficial for these kids. All it does is hurt them, causes them to stagnate, their intelligence to stagnate. And they will grow up and be socially awkward, socially dysfunctional, because you're raising them on this artificial form of social interactions. This really spits into the face of our very use of language. And this is just one article, and look how many photos they wanted to upload of this mutt. This is nothing but dog obsession. Look, this is the book that they have on display. It is titled How to Talk to Your Dog. Get a load of that. And they put this book on display. Look at it. As if dogs are so special. Oh, these are our little angels. Let's teach our kids how to talk to them. Nobody is standing up against this weird
self-destructive nuttery. And it is so infuriating. Let me calm down. Let me calm down so I can finish this video. So this was on display. The mutt waits for a patron to start reading to her during the weekly, as if the dog knows what you're saying. This is an absolute waste of time. Waste of very valuable time. These are the most precious years of our life when we are 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. You take advantage of these years by getting kids used to communicating to each other. It is a fact that people in the United States in general, there's a lot of people with social dysfunctions, people who have difficulty communicating, people who have an increase of anxiety in social settings. We as people here in America, we are already behind. We're dealing with far too many social dysfunctions for you to be raising kids on a diet of reading to dogs. It might seem harmless on the surface. This is an absolute outrage. This is outrageous. And it's times like this that make me thankful that I don't have kids, because I would not tolerate this type of foolery. So they have these kids wasting valuable, precious time when they could be reading to other students and getting reactions from those students, getting smiles, laughter, having some of the students ask the reader if they could repeat something, getting adapted to interacting and bonding with other students. So this goes beyond mere social dysfunction. This can help to make or produce more peaceful citizens, more intelligent citizens, citizens who are better listeners, citizens who have very fine communication skills. Why would you jeopardize these moments when these kids should be polishing their communication skills? That's a lot different than simply reading. We as humans communicate, and these kids cannot practice communication, social interactions with dogs. And I'm going to send a letter. I'm going to find this library and I'm going to object. I'm going to write however long the letter or email needs to be. And I hope you do the same. You know, stuff like this, if they were to get a sudden influx of emails when they do stuff like this, people, we already have the ability, because we have the numbers and our numbers are growing. We have to start doing as much as possible. We have started, right? Let's take credit for we've started. Now it is about knowing when to speak up, what to object to. This might seem innocent. A lot of people may have looked over it, but this is an absolute outrage. These kids are being held back from growing as rapidly as they could, and maybe even growing to be as intelligent as they probably would. Because if you waste these precious years during the time when their brain is rapidly growing and collecting information, it'll be very difficult later in life to try to train them and improve their social skills. And I wanted to point something out, that you're not even teaching these kids true companionship. Because like I said, these dogs were simply given treats hundreds of times for sitting down, sitting still. This is not real friendship, companionship, or anything like that. Stop lying to our youth. Stop giving them fake relationships. Stop giving them fake ears, telling them that it is listening to what they're saying. This is training people to be a brainless, thoughtless dog nut.
From my understanding and based on those that have reviewed the video, it's believed that he was feeding the dogs, at which point maybe there was an altercation between some of the dogs.
No, you're not allowed to assume that the dogs were fighting each other, because you're trying to say that it was redirected aggression to suggest that the dogs didn't mean to kill them. Get out of here. We don't know if that happened. They probably just decided to delete them. Like, hey, it's time for you to go. Anything could have happened. So they want to throw out a story to protect the dogs. Dog worship culture.
And then ultimately attacked and mauled.
See? Try to project it as redirected aggression with no evidence. That is what a dog worshiping society does. How many times have I said that standing still will not protect you from a dog attack? That this idea that becoming a tree is foolish, especially for children. This video surfaced a few hours ago. I cannot show the actual attack, but I've shared this link everywhere. I hope you've seen it by now.
Dozens of people in Leduc are demanding 3 dogs be taken from their owners. 2 children and a teen have been attacked within 3 weeks. CTV's Miriam Valdez-Carletti has more from those who were hurt and what the city is doing about it.
7-year-old Hudson Bateman was walking to a friend's house last week when suddenly...
People, I need y'all to pay close attention to this. The boy is right here. Ask yourself if he's running, acting erratic. You tell me what he does to trigger these dogs.
When suddenly a pack of dogs began charging towards him.
Now, I cannot show the attack. The dogs start to maul him. But did you notice that the boy became a tree? I strongly believe that somebody instructed him. He has heard that before. That if a dog is charging at you, be a tree. And for a boy this young to stand that still with 3 large dogs running at him, I believe someone instructed him.
Friend's house last week when suddenly a pack of dogs began charging towards him.
He stands perfectly still. He doesn't move until he knows that they're going to attack him. He stood perfectly still. He did not show any fear. You dog lovers, you experts, you behaviorists, you veterinarians, you trainers, you can't fall back on the excuse that he was acting fearful. You can't fall back on the excuse that he was staring at them, that he took anything from them, pulled their tail or ear. You can't say this was territory aggression. The dogs left their territory, crossed several other people's territory, and invaded the boy's territory. You telling me they did this out of fear? That's what you're telling us? Why should we believe that with footage like this? No, this is bloodthirst.
Week when suddenly a pack.
No, this is predatory. And all of the attacks on children go down just like this. All of you so-called experts out here giving advice on how to reduce dog attacks on kids, you say nothing that pertains to scenarios like this, which is the dominant scenario. Either this or the kids are asleep. The babies as well. What do you have to say now? None of your excuses work. None of the reasons that you claim dogs attack children works here. You're only left with one last reason: bloodthirst, the desire to attack. Dogs get off on attacking other living organisms and seeing them in pain and killed. What I don't understand is how you all have lied on children for so long and haven't felt guilty about it, knowing that they never do anything to provoke these mutants. And notice how anxious they were, how they darted straight towards him. It is because his small size attracts them. Has nothing to do with the sounds they're making. The smaller the living organism, the more likely the dog is going to want to attack. Exactly why they routinely attack small animals, small dogs, cats, etc. Especially dogs this large. They view kids as prey and don't even want to eat them. They just want to see them bleed. And you all lie on kids, saying that they are provoking these attacks. That's what you're doing. People, I encourage you all to watch that video. And let me tell you something else. I'm going to try to get people's thoughts on this. I want to hear your thoughts in the comment section. And hopefully I can get a phone call or two in. I feel this is groundbreaking. This completely debunks. I mean, several attack videos have debunked their rhetoric, but this one is heavy. And I would like to ask this boy, what is his name? I would like to ask him if someone told him to stand still when a dog, or if a dog is running towards him.
Or hurt, and what the city is doing about it.
7-year-old Hudson Bateman was...
Hudson Bateman. This took place in Canada, in Leduc, Canada. Him or his parents, I'd like to know. Did you teach him to be a tree? All you dog experts, dog trainers, behaviorists, I didn't forget about you. I didn't forget to call out your incompetence and prove you wrong, your rhetoric wrong, once again. Thought I forgot, didn't you? Let's watch this lady be a tree. Flawless tree. Even after they made contact with her, she stood in one spot. This idea that standing still will keep you safe. See this, young people? They're lying to you. All of you. These fake experts, they're lying to you. Plain as day. Be no tree. They're just telling you to sacrifice yourself. They're telling you that for the dog's safety, rather than tell you that it's within your rights to protect yourself. They tell you to just absorb the attack.
Says it's also important to have your children respect an animal's space. For that matter, adults too respect an animal's space. How about that mutt just gets out of our homes and out of our communities, out of our society? Go to a shelter, refuse to purchase them, and eventually they will be euthanized. That should be the goal. The home is the child's environment, not the dog's. It is the dog that needs to respect our space, our homes. The community is our children's territory, not the dog's. Children have the right to be children. Their freedoms should not be removed or restricted for these brainless, ugly, freeloading, worthless mutants. Denver, Colorado also reported an increase in dog attacks. It says dog bites have tripled in the city and the county of Denver during this pandemic. With kids home from school due to pandemic-related closures, the Los Angeles County Department of Animal Care and Control has seen an alarming increase in the reporting of dog bites to children. So Los Angeles as well. And I'm quite sure this is a pattern all across the country, in every single state, every single city. This article tries to give advice to parents. And this was written by some woman with the Los Angeles County Department of Animal Care and Control. It says to minimize the chances of a child being bitten by a family pet, the Department of Animal Control suggests that parents create a quiet place for dogs to retreat, where children, here we go again, will not disturb the dog, as a house always full of children may be exhausting for the dog. Here you go with another statement that makes absolutely no sense. The presence of children exhausts the dog. Get out of here with that nonsense. You know what that tells you? It tells you that mutt does not belong in our homes or in our society. That's what that tells you. It does not tell you that there's something wrong with children. There's something wrong with those mutants. It says realize that small children often have not developed skills to recognize signs of stress or danger from animals, and they should be monitored while interacting with pets. In other words, you have to sit there and stare at the dogs nonstop. Get out of here. It says be especially protective of older pets who may have arthritis, causing pain when children hug them or pet them too hard, or may have hearing or vision. She's bending over backwards, trying to create reasons that dogs attack children, and this is all nonsense. We have the reports to confirm that these mutts attack kids most often unprovoked. So stop with the lies. It says stop children from interfering with animals while they eat. She's just constantly trying to hammer it home that it's the children who bring the attack onto themselves. It says do not allow children to climb on dogs, pull their ears, tug their tails, play with their mouths, or engage in any behavior that may aggravate the dogs. She says, quote, this disgusting woman says, quote, most pets are well-adjusted family members and live harmoniously with their families. However, even the best pet may lash out if they are excessively harassed or challenged. This woman, Marcia Mayetta of the Los Angeles Animal Control, disgusting. I went to her Instagram and she is a bona fide dog nut. Her Instagram full of mutts. Her most recent photo says, quote, the kids are practicing social distancing at work. Yet another childless, child-hating, dog-loving weirdo. Sick, disgusting weirdo. And as usual, she suggests that most attacks are the result of children harassing the dogs, children being evil, misbehaving, challenging dogs, provoking them in some way. So you have to restrict the child's movements so that they don't bring an attack onto themselves, because the house is for the dog, not the child. Right? The children can't play as they would naturally because this is the dog's home. They have to play according to the dog's rules and what the dog will and will not accept. We cannot allow these disgusting people to get away with these types of statements. You know, you might hear that they are a member of animal control and you give them respect. You think they have authority to make these types of statements. They do not. This is sick. Virtually every article that covers a dog attack on a child says that it was unprovoked. And they want to feed us this mantra. The dogs simply retaliate. They get fed up with being harassed. When we have the reports on hand to prove that that is a lie. Not even the articles that report dog attacks confirm this stupid theory. These children are being attacked more because the dog is a threat, because they are violent and they should not be in our society at all. The threat is the dog itself. The real cause has nothing to do with kids. It has to do with reckless endangerment, child endangerment, adults placing children in unreasonably dangerous situations by having a brainless, mutated rat inside the home. This scenario really does highlight the intelligence of other governments that carry out dog culling in their community.
Came across this article today where a woman gets into detail on why dogs are better than boyfriends, right? Not only able to replace them, but are actually better. She says, you know what they say, men are like dogs, or men are dogs. Well, if that's the case, why don't I actually get a dog? Dogs are loyal, dependable, and great listeners, unlike most guys. Let me stop right there now. We all know dogs don't listen. They do not understand human languages, but that does not matter. As long as she feels like the dog listens to her, that is all that matters. It's no different from the guys. As long as you feel like a dog is listening to you, that's all that matters. It's the same thing as knowing that another human is actually listening to you. Continuing on, she says, luckily, I discovered the most ingenious app ever created, Bark Buddy, which is basically a Tinder for dogs. Allows app users to swipe left or right to indicate interest in specific dogs. We don't need a man. We just need a dog. Here is why, with the help of some amazing gifts. Right? First, she says, not only do dogs want to hang out with you before 10 p.m., they want to hang out with you all the time. Stage 5 playing
is totally acceptable with a furry companion, right? Because in the article, she was talking about how humans only want a booty call, whereas the dog is attached to her and attracted to her on an emotional level, even though dogs don't feel emotion. Again, the area of their brain that controls emotion is compromised. Continuing on, it says, sure, you can't Snapchat with your dog, but you can Snapchat photos of your dog continuously without any repercussions. We all hate those couples that Snapchat their undying love for each other while us single people sit on the couch violently eating flaming hot Cheetos. But Snapchatting your romance with your dog is always socially acceptable. Here you go. Those women who get jealous of the other women who are able to upload photos of themselves happy with company, even though it's in the form of a human man, they can still do that only with a dog, and it fulfills that urge within their emotions. Continuing on, a dog will cuddle you all night. The Center for Sleep Medicine conducted a study that concluded that pet owners who sleep with their pets actually sleep better at night. Once again, instead of cuddling or sleeping with a man, that same desire is fulfilled with dogs. Of course, it's not the same thing, but it may not have to be the same thing to work as a substitute. Continuing on, she says, dogs never laugh at how you throw a ball. In fact, they will overcome the greatest obstacles to return it to you because they love you that much. Again, we know that dogs don't love. They are incapable of loving. That is a human emotion, primarily controlled by our frontal lobe, which is compromised in dogs. Dogs are remorseless. They can kill 100 babies and not feel any remorse whatsoever. That is how they are designed. But that does not matter. As long as the human thinks the dog loves them, that is all that matters to them. It is no different from actually knowing a human loves them. Continuing on, he will watch The Bachelor and or The Bachelorette with you without complaining that he hates it when he secretly likes it. Again, I told you these people use their imagination, right? She's imagining that the dog is watching and enjoying a movie, that the dog loves her, that the dog is listening to her. I told you, these dog lovers, these dog fanatics are deep within their own imaginations, and they just need an outlet to express themselves emotionally. And when it's on a living thing that is able to lick on them and whatnot, it can replace a human being. Continuing on, having a dog reduces stress and boosts your immune system, while having a boyfriend increases stress and slowly kills you. I don't know about boosting your immune system. There's been studies to show that when you are sick, you need to keep your dog away from you because it'll make you sicker. And I don't agree with inhaling traces of dog shit is going to boost your immune system. Continuing on, you don't have to watch your dog play video games for 4 hours. Dogs aren't going to act annoyed and uncomfortable when you bring them to meet your friends or family. Instead of making you cry, they make you smile. They also can tell when you're upset and try to comfort you. No more passively aggressive sent K's to illustrate your anger. Just say bad dog. Dogs are in it for the long term. No more one night stands. No more flavors of the month. That dog is with you till literal death. Now this, despite the fact that the dog is with you because you've trapped it in your home. The dog tries to get away, you're going to go out and get it and bring it back inside your home. You feed it so the dog stays with you for food. That is all they are concerned about. If you don't feed dogs, they do not find any reason to lick you or stay with you, to see you as their alpha. But it does not matter. Once again, as long as that's what they believe, that is all that matters. They believe the dog is staying with them because the dog loves them, even though they are literally trapping the dog in their home, forcing the dog to stay with them, feeding it, manipulating its instincts, right? So that the dog accepts them as their alpha, causing the dog to depend on them by constantly feeding it. Realistically, most of us don't have the time or money for the responsibility of a dog. I'm continuing with this article. But don't lose all hope. Volunteering with your local shelter, such as the Humane Society of Utah or Best Friends, gives back to your community while also providing quality time with some doggies. You can even rent a puppy when times get really rough. You can never have too many dog puns in one article. Anyways, be sure to ditch your date you have planned for next Friday with the guy whose idea of romance is letting you win at beer pong. Instead, spend time with a well-deserving dog who only expects a game of fetch and a belly rub on the first date. Now, after reading this article, it reinforced my suspicion. More and more women, and again, I do suspect more and more men, it will take women, again, to tell you the details on that, are replacing humans with dogs, turning towards dogs as a replacement or at least a temporary substitute for a mate. As I pointed out before, most women will not date a man who is not a dog lover. I've never seen any woman who was willing to date a man if he wasn't a dog lover. You can't just simply be okay with dogs. You have to love dogs in the same way that she does. Because if you don't, she's going to sense that you are not a dog person, and it's going to make her uncomfortable. You have to be as close to the dog as she is. If not, she can't date you. In other words, if you do date her, you are number 2 in her life. You're the second most important person in her life after the dog. You have to be willing to have a dog as a priority over you in order to date her. This is why I advise all people, men and women, never date dog lovers. These are cult members who worship dogs, who value dogs more than humans, and they will always place that dog's value, that dog's life, over yours. It is a satanic mentality, a very savage and subhuman mentality that these people have. Let them stay single with their dogs for the rest of their life. I've demonstrated how these people even place dogs over their own children. Enjoy spending time with their dogs more than they do their own children. This is a very subhuman, savage, demonic mentality. Let them continue to kiss all over their dogs, right? Be licked all over by their dogs. Lay in bed, snuggled under the covers with them, and perhaps continue engaging in certain other activities with their dogs forever. Do not date these people. The level of affection and happiness I see in women with their dogs, along with knowing that more women are single today than ever before, makes me suspect that these call girls are busier today than ever before, because more and more men are being rejected right? Women are rejecting the advances of men more today because these men do not make them feel the same way their dog makes them feel. From an emotional standpoint, they're not listening to them like they feel their dog listens to them, even though the dog is not listening to them at all. This is how bad it is with this dog worshiping cult. We have to understand the psychology behind it. Dogs, even on a romantic level, are coming in between humans and other humans, males and females. It doesn't just divide dog lovers from non-dog lovers. We are talking about from a romantic standpoint. Dogs are becoming the greatest divide between all humans. This is how cult worship works. Dog worship, animal worship works, right? We are living it. This is not a book or a story we're reading about from the medieval times of some animal worshiping cult. We are living it today. You just need to open your eyes and recognize it, right? They play it safe with their dog. They would prefer it that way, right? They know for a fact they're able to control the dog and the dog will not abandon them. They turn the dog into the human they want, right? The dog doesn't love them, but because the dog will not abandon them and won't abandon their only source of food, it fulfills their emotional desires. This is where humanity is today, right? Not evolving, regressing fast, and we don't even recognize it. Humans are being divided by dogs. This is easily one of the most disgusting, disturbing eras in human existence, because I believe that dogs are playing a much bigger role in how humans are functioning, relating to each other, and operating in the world than any of us can imagine. You can't just bring animals into your life like that. No species can do that. If a herd of impala started adopting cats rather than having children and replacing mates with cats, that would have a huge impact on how the impalas themselves relate to other impalas. It would change the entire dynamic of them as a species. The exact same thing is going on today with dogs. This is a cult of animal worshipers who are extremely obsessed with these animals and hold the existence of these animals in much higher regard than they hold the existence of human beings. I invite everybody to at least think about this reality, because I believe this is very much a reality. Another woman was killed by her own dogs. These were pit bulls. They were being held in quarantine for a biting incident. And this lady went to visit the dogs, and she was allowed to walk the dogs in an enclosed area at the facility. And the dogs killed her. Now, this is no surprise. It is not the first time that a dog, especially pit bull, turned on its owner. But shortly before I read this report, I had read this article titled "Why Dogs Turn on Their Owners." It quotes the words from a very accomplished dog behavioral expert, Dr. Richard Polsky. And he described the same scenario that this woman was in and what could have caused the attack. He mentioned redirected aggression, but he put a sort of a twist on it, made it sound even more unreasonable and unacceptable. Says one possibility is that while the woman was walking the dogs, something out of the ordinary happened. For instance, the dogs sensed prey, like a rabbit or squirrel, and tried to go after it. And the woman interfered, and while the dogs were going after the prey, instead, they redirected their aggression towards her. Right? The dogs may have been thwarted in doing something, got frustrated, and turned around and attacked the owner. End quote. In other words, a dog nut has two choices. Allow the dog to attack whatever it wants to attack, or intervene and risk being attacked themselves. How does the presence of such a creature benefit society? This is for all you dog behaviorists and all you so-called professionals in the veterinary field. How does this protect the health of the public, as your oath states? If these are the only two options available, then the most reasonable option is to not be in possession of such a dangerous creature. Any veterinary professional who fails to advise people to not own dogs is going against their own oath, and actually assumes some of the blame for all dog attacks in this country. Now, Dr. Polsky has a PhD in animal behavior, over 30 years of experience, extensive experience in courtroom testimony. His qualifications are said to set him apart from other self-titled animal behavior experts. So Dr. Polsky is a doctor among doctors, an academically trained dog bite expert. But when you read his writings, you'll notice that his credibility is ruined by his refusal to admit that dogs are too dangerous to exist in our society as pets. There's a section on his website titled Dog Bite Prevention, where he gives advice on how to prevent dog bites on children. And it reads like an incomplete book that fails to reach the obvious conclusion that dogs are not only too dangerous to exist in human territory, but that all world governments should work together to bring about the complete extermination of dogs on this planet. As I've said several times, dogs are the only creatures on earth that do not deserve to exist on earth. Dog bite prevention advice basically instructs humans to augment their entire behavior to accommodate the dog's presence, to treat the dog as if it is your superior, as if you're some sort of slave, to avoid being attacked by the same dogs that they purchase and take care of at absolutely no charge to the dog. Free medical care, free shelter, right? Free food for life. And the people providing all of this, as well as their children, have to behave in certain ways and avoid certain behaviors so that the dog doesn't attack them. What type of person in their right mind lives this type of lifestyle? None. Dr. Polsky gives a lot of advice on this website. And it's hard to believe that he never stopped and thought to himself, this is too much. There are far too many triggers that will set a dog off. Some he even forgot, like lightning. Right? We've heard dogs attacking in response to the sound of thunder, sudden sounds, right? Walking, right? Predatory instincts or components, riding your bike, fear components, bending over to tie your shoe, standing up to leave the room, attacks out of the blue. For an educated professional to fail to reach the conclusion that dogs are too dangerous to be pets is a massive disservice to society, and it undermines the purpose of their profession. And again, I maintain an open challenge to any professional, any dog behaviorist anywhere who wants to challenge the content of my videos. Make it in written or video format. I will upload it to this channel and respond to it. Now, these people are supposed to know dogs better than everybody else. They go to school and they discover, a million triggers that could send a dog into attack mode. And then they continue to support dog ownership. Dog behaviorists and other professionals are partially responsible for all dog attacks in this country because of their education, more so than the uneducated people, because people rely on the experts for proper guidance. But dog behaviorists and others are always dog lovers themselves before college, before high school. So they go into these professions with a bias already prefixed, totally incapable of giving sound advice. If public and child safety requires the complete removal of dogs, the professionals themselves will work harder than anyone else to conceal that requirement. They hide it behind advice to not look at dogs. Don't breathe around dogs. Don't bend over. Don't stand up. Don't move. Don't make a sound, and everything will be all right. You can have a new furry family member. The absence of people questioning this type of ridiculous expert advice demonstrates the amount of trust that people put into the opinions of experts, people with masters and doctorate degrees. They don't expect you to mislead them or to refuse to give them the best advice or the best solutions. That is exactly what the entire veterinarian professional world does. Misleads people, misinforms them, fails to inform them. Because the only solution that will save 7 to 10 million kids alone from being bitten is the illegalization of dogs of all sizes. Because a dog of any size is still able to inflict life-threatening damage to toddlers and infants. They should all be pulled, just like a toy that would randomly attack or kill kids and babies would be pulled from the shelves. The removal of breed-specific clauses from animal bylaw that targets pit bulls and pit bull mixes further proves that we have to fend for ourselves. Despite all the doctors who have given confessions about how dog bite injuries were far less severe prior to the rise in popularity of pit bulls, jurisdictions and cities are removing breed-specific laws left and right. This despite all the excellent work by National Pit Bull Victim Awareness .org.
So I had a medical professional respond to this video that I uploaded recently on my original channel. I'm going to play for you the statement that they responded to. They did not diagnose him with rabies or anything. And they never mentioned rabies in this story. So what was it? Another mysterious infection or illness that can kill you, like what happened here? Now understand, I asked the question right there. Said, what was it? A new infectious disease? So I did not make a statement or a matter of fact. I asked a question. Y'all remember those two stories I shared recently? People being attacked, going to the hospital, and several days after being released from the hospital, they die. Or their infection gets worse. And the doctors miss it. They don't catch it. So you had something that the doctors didn't identify. These doctors are confused. Dogs carry next level filth, okay? They're next level filthy. And it's crucial to stay away from them. And do not touch anything that dog lovers touch. I said a long time ago, I believe a lot of infections and diseases are being kept from the general public because they're too serious. And if they release the information to us, people would be taking their dogs to shelters in droves. Now that's what this professional, self-proclaimed, responded to. And they said, it's clearly not rabies. Child could have had an adverse reaction to the drugs given to treat him, which can happen. The child's brain could have been injured during the attack. Maybe he hit his head during the attack, and this was overlooked by the doctors. And the child died from complications. This person said it is not a new infectious disease. Said this actually points to a neurological issue. Then the person says, please don't use a child's death in your ridiculous rant. You hate dogs, that's fine. It's your right to hate dogs. However, do not use the death of a child to sprout weird conspiracy theories about diseases that could have killed him due to a dog bite. No, I'm going to continue to tell all of you listeners my theories. If you don't like it, don't listen. But the point here is that there are 3 to 4 new infectious diseases that arise every year here in the United States. So you have no idea whether or not that was a new infectious disease. Do you understand that? Are we clear on that? Go check any source you want. 3 to 4 new infectious diseases pop up in the US alone every single year. This could have been one of them. You don't know that. You don't know much as a doctor or whatever you are. That's why y'all's profession is called a practice. Another thing. Let's say it was a neurological issue. Let's say he hurt his head and injured his brain. That injury came from what? The dog attack, which means the same thing applies. A dog attacks you and you die several days later from something that the doctors are unaware of. They was unaware of the brain injury, if that was the case, unaware of rabies, if that was the case, or an adverse reaction to the drugs, if that was the case. And if it was a new infectious disease, they wouldn't have known about that either. So what are you talking about? It makes sense to assume that these things carry infectious diseases that the doctors are not aware of, because the doctors themselves came out and said it happens every single year. So what are you talking about? Professional, health, medical professional? You don't sound too professional right now. It sounds like you threw out a bunch of wild guesses, speculations, possibilities, and tried to treat the possibility of a new infectious disease as impossible. You idiot. That is idiocy in its purest form. People, y'all better assume that these things have diseases and infections that doctors don't know about. Again, because the doctors tell you that this happens every single year, 3 to 4 of them that they have never heard of. New infectious diseases emerge every year. These things could attack you and you get infected by something that they're not aware of. They don't have any antibiotics for, and many of the things that they infect you with, there are no antibiotics for it. So basically, these people are telling you to your face that dogs will infect you with things that they don't know about that could kill you. So who you gonna listen to? This medical professional or me? What's your point, Mr. or Mrs. Medical Professional? You trying to coach or encourage people to go up and pet dogs? Like this statement that you made, what type of result are you trying to get from it? You want people to interact with dogs? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm saying stay away from them. For you catch something, go to the hospital with some disease infection that the dumb doctors don't know nothing about. And if you kill over and die, and that dumb doctor still don't know what killed you, no doctor has the right to say that it wasn't a new infectious disease because they don't know what it was. The dog behaviorists, the veterinarians, the dog trainers, they tell us that most dogs attack in response to fear. Most attacks are fear-based. This video surfaced yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was uploaded to TikTok yesterday. See the date here, June 10th, 2023. Already, it has 9.4 million views. Now, this happened at one of those outdoor dining areas that they're always bragging about exists. I've shared some articles where they're bragging about these outdoor dog-friendly dining areas. Now, I can't show the actual attack. I think YouTube does have a policy against showing animals hurt, but this is a very tiny dog that this massive pit bull is attacking. I mean, this dog is extra tiny. The dog's head, the pit bull's head looks bigger than the dog. So my question for the so-called experts is this because the pit bull was afraid of that small dog? You're telling us that this is a fear-based attack? That's what you already told us. So I'm here to say that I don't believe that. You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to tell me that something that launches an attack on something else is actually afraid of it. That will be one of the first lies, propaganda that goes out the window during this crusade. We're going to smash that. No problem, because it's so ridiculous and everybody know it's not true. Especially when you're talking about pit bulls. These things were bred to fear nothing. What are you talking about out of fear? For a long time, look, even after bully breeds had been bred into existence, they continued to not allow the fearful breeds to reproduce. They would either not let the weak, fearful dogs reproduce, or they would use them as bait. They would make it a point to only breed the most aggressive of the bully breeds. So you're not going to sit here and tell me these things attack out of fear. We all know that's nonsense. These things attack because they get off on attacking. They're doing what they were bred to do. They were bred to feel good when they attack. They were bred to feel high when they attack. Okay? So They don't have to put any thought into the desire to attack. It's a natural instinct. They're too dumb to put thought into it anyways. They're completely impulsive, as are all dogs. So, if these things will attack a tiny dog like this, just to see that tiny dog in pain, why would it look at your baby any different? It makes sense now why we hear so many stories of babies being mauled and killed by dogs. And it's usually a bully breed, if not a large dog. And all large dogs need to be banned. But there is no excuse for bully breeds. That's what they were bred to do, to see a living organism and attack. And they will attack anything, no matter how big it is. We've seen them attack horses, cows, bulls. You're not going to tell me that they're afraid as they're launching these attacks. That's what we're supposed to believe. They're attacking all these animals. And keep in mind, pit bulls attack and kill more animals in general every year, by far, than any other animal on the planet. You're telling me they're doing that out of fear? All these lamb and llama and sheep and goats, where 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 of them will get killed overnight. You're telling me that happened because the dogs were afraid? That's fear-based? See how ridiculous that is? Y'all not convincing. Y'all's rhetoric is not persuasive. And, you know, it feels good to live in an era where I get to witness the destruction of this foolishness, this evil, sick culture. No, this has to go. We're not stupid. These are bloodthirsty creatures with a natural instinct, desire to attack, and anything can trigger them. But as we all know, they are usually triggered by small, I can't even say small dogs, because they seem to attack horses on sight too. Any animal on sight. And just like that, a small baby would easily trigger it as well. You hear these crazy stories where a pit bull mauled an infant only a few days old to death. That's why. It's because that's what it was bred to do. So we're actually playing that type of game. That type of dangerous. That's the most dangerous culture you could possibly have. So congratulations, nutters. You have more dog-friendly outdoor dining areas. All that means is that they're making these places more dangerous. And you know what? This is really a crime. This might be your favorite restaurant. They might have something you want. You can't go there because you fear for your life or your family's life. And at any moment, one of these mutants could come charging out of nowhere. And these idiots, you know full well, can't control them. As you see here, they were unable to neutralize or prevent this attack. What happened to all this rhetoric about looking for the signs, having adult supervision? Here, there was multiple adults. Why couldn't they stop it? Or why couldn't they stop it shortly after it started? Why did the attack take so long? Why was it underway for such a long time? It is because these people are worthless. They can't stop these things. Can't stop them. And it's only a matter of time before they're banned. And I can't wait. And all you nutters know it. You can't destroy the truth. The only thing that gets destroyed and gotten rid of is lies, deception. And that be this nutter culture.
It was a nightmare.
Getting multiple 911 calls, a child being attacked by some sort of animal.
15 horrified witnesses could only watch helplessly as 2 pit bulls mauled a 7-year-old boy to death.
Apparently the dog will not let go of the child.
It happened in Lowell, Massachusetts, outside Boston.
Shots fired. The dog's hit. It's still coming at me. Well, the dog just jumped over the fence. The dog's gone. Let paramedics step it off.
Do you have a description of this animal?
Well, it looks like a brown pit bull.
One witness says the little boy reached over the fence to pet the dogs and was pulled into the yard by the pit bulls. Neighbors heard his screams. They also saw his mother yelling, "It's my baby." 15 people reportedly stood there unable to stop the vicious mauling.
Now let's continue with this crusade against these absolutely worthless mutts and their deranged owners. You should always understand, fellow crusaders, that you always have the upper hand on dog lovers who try to justify dog ownership as it exists today. There is no justification for the presence of these child mauling scavengers, and there is no excuse for the dog owners who assist those dogs in attacking millions of children each year. They assist those dogs by owning the dogs. There is no such thing as a responsible dog owner. That is an oxymoron. The act of owning a dog itself is irresponsible and should be considered a criminal offense. Even if there were such a thing as a responsible dog owner, there is no way possible that all dog owners would be responsible. So if you support dog ownership in this society, you automatically support children being attacked by those dogs. It's going to happen. There will always be a very large percentage, perhaps most dog owners are what they would consider irresponsible, right? What does it take to be a responsible owner anyways? To make sure that you are always present in the same room with a dog and a child or children, staring at the dog nonstop, looking for these dog signs of possible agitation and aggression all day like a complete dumbass. And even if you do see these signs, there is no guarantee that you will be able to stop that mutt from mauling those children, right? That dog could latch onto them and you not even know it. Even if you're looking right at the dog, it could rush the child, latch onto the child, and start mauling the child before you even make it to the dog and the child to intervene. So in other words, none of you dog nuts are responsible. But you'll hear these mutt lovers pushing this narrative that it is not normal for dogs to attack infants, children, or people. That's not normal behavior for dogs. This is the zombie mentality that I'm talking about. Because in reality, it's not normal to believe that it's not normal for dogs to attack. That is complete insanity, a denial of obvious reality. It is an established fact that dogs are flesh-eating predators by nature. They are physically and mentally designed to be predators. How anybody could fix their mouth or fingers to say that it's not normal for these animals to attack is baffling. What they really mean is that it's not normal for a dog that has been raised with love to attack. A dog that has been, quote, properly socialized to coexist with humans. And what does that tell you? That dogs that have been trained not to be aggressive, that have been trained to be around people and not snap at anybody, they're calling these dogs normal dogs, right? Training dogs against their natural aggressive instincts. That's what these people do. And then they try to project the dogs as now being in their natural state after all these hours of training. This is the scam that they try to run on people. As I reported with the Rottweiler a few months ago that completed a 10-step behavioral program by the Kennel Club, only to end up attacking random people in the city streets. No amount of training will remove a dog's natural instincts to attack. Experts have confirmed this. They will, under certain circumstances, attack. Yet, these disgusting people insist that it is not in these animals' nature to attack. Where do they get this from? Another pathetic tactic among dog nuts is when they accuse you of dealing with feelings of fear and paranoia, right? Anxiety around dogs, that you must have been traumatized by dogs. Always be prepared for this fear narrative, because this is their way of avoiding having to deal with your concern, your disgust, not fear, for the millions of children who are attacked each year. They want you to stop bringing attention to their irresponsible culture, their immoral lifestyle of owning dogs, because it is dog ownership itself that opens the door for millions of attacks to take place. Rather than deal with that, they want to project your disgust and concern as fear to make it seem as if something is wrong with you, right? Emotionally and psychologically, as they are enabling these animals to maul millions of children. They will also say dumb shit like they're simply showing respect and understanding of another species' nature and instinct, and being able to take enjoyment in the nature of that species. You'll often hear them saying spaced out, zoinked out extraterrestrial shit like this. Remind these brain dead zombies that a dog's nature and instinct is to attack. The millions of adults, children, infants attacked each year is a reflection of the dog's instincts and nature. The fact that experts tell you to never leave children or infants alone with dogs speaks to the nature and instincts of the dogs to maul them in their attempt to eliminate competition for food. To maul infants because those infants make sounds and movements such that dogs interpret them as prey. That is the dog's nature and instincts that they take enjoyment in. It has to be. To maul babies because they stare into your eyes, and dogs take that as hostility. That is the dog's nature and instincts that they take enjoyment in. I don't care about any other aspect of dogs' behavior that they claim to enjoy, because human relationships with dogs should be based on the most significant, the most important aspect of our relationship with these animals. And the most significant dynamic of dog relationship with humans is not that they lick on humans. It's not that they wag their tail or no stupid shit like that. The most significant, important behavior of dogs in relation to humans is dog attacks on humans, especially attacks on children and infants. And that is what we should base how we deal with these animals on. They're always going to act on instincts, where humans are engaged in non-threatening behavior that stupid mutt is going to interpret as a threat. because they are a bunch of dumbass, scary acting animals. So these mutt lovers indirectly assist these dogs in every attack in this country against a child. And they have the audacity to come to my channel and talk as if they are morally superior, saying that it's not normal to hate dogs. Get a load of these people's logic. Tell that to the elephant, the herd of elephants that hate lions. Why do they hate them? Because lions have a culture of attacking baby elephants. They're easier for the lions to catch and kill. All animals hate other animals that have a culture of attacking their youth. Count me and other sane human beings among those animals. I proudly hate dogs. I don't give a damn how well you think you have trained that worthless mutt, or if it has never attacked anyone. We hear that all the time, right? After each dog attack, here comes the worthless owner who says it's never shown aggression before. After each dog attack, you hear this. I'm quite sure this is said about 1,000 times each day in this country. So the fact that it has never attacked anyone, or the fact that it may have been trained, means nothing. You still cannot trust this animal because it is designed by nature to attack and be aggressive. So the mere presence of dogs places everybody at an increased risk of being one of those several millions of people who are attacked each year by dogs. There is no justification for the presence of such an animal in our society. I don't care how many commercials you put these worthless rats in, trying to project them as humans with fur on them. They will never be that. Side by side with the human child, there is only one being in this photo that is truly harmless, and that is the child. What is not normal is for humans to continue owning and praising the existence of such animals in our society. In the face of millions of children being attacked, you are out of your minds. You don't see this behavior among any other species. No impala, no deer, giraffe, elephant is stupid enough to invite lions to keep company with their offspring. Animals that have proven that they will attack. What is not normal is for dog nuts to come to my channel to be confronted with information on dog attacks and refuse to admit that there is a danger in having these animals in this society. Again, these are sick people who, whenever they talk about dogs, they completely ignore the millions of children being attacked by dogs, even though that is the number one aspect of dog relationship with humans. Nothing is more important than that. Several of them will even blame the children themselves for being attacked. Imagine a herd of dumbass elephants inviting a pride of lions into their herd and then blaming the baby elephants for being attacked by those lions. Again, these are insane, nutty ass zombies. They are out of their minds. As I explained in an entire video, these people are not even as intelligent as wild animals. Wild animals are not that stupid. Always be aware of the dog lover talking points and be prepared to debunk and dismiss them. We need to make public examples out of these people so that when younger people read the exchanges, they fully understand the truth of this immoral dog culture. It is a child mauling culture where all dog owners assist the dogs in mauling children and infants by owning the dog. Again, there is no such thing as a responsible dog owner. There is nothing more important in this world than creating a safe environment for the future generation. Dog ownership diametrically opposes the maintenance of a safe environment, especially when children are the preferred targets of dogs. I don't care if it is dogs, birds, or a group of humans. I will proudly hate any group on earth that is wired with a natural instinct to attack millions of children each year, especially when we have access to these injured children. You can look them up on Google and see what happened to these kids. And I will equally hate any group who assists that group in attacking millions of children by enabling them to exist in society. Dog ownership itself marks the beginning point of every child that ends up being torn apart in the jaws of a dog. These people are irrefutably the chief enablers of these mutts with the opportunity to maul children. And they will shamelessly project themselves as morally superior to people like me who are trying to put an end to millions of children being attacked by the very animals that they enable to attack them. This woman says that she is a psychology major and that she would like to debate me on Skype and do a case study. Listen, lady, you're barking up the wrong tree. On this channel, psychology major or not, psychologist or not, but dog behaviorist or not, I don't care what you are, you will get yourselves thoroughly sorted out on this channel, even without my participation. There are several followers of this channel who will make easy work of your dog nut narratives. None of you have a leg to stand on in this corner of YouTube. On this platform, you will be labeled for the exact behavior that you display. You are a cult who assists dogs in attacking millions of helpless children and babies each year, all while projecting those same dogs as harmless creatures that all deserve to live inside of a family home with the very kids they have a culture of attacking, as animals that are even more worthy of love and protection than the very kids that they attack. You are without a doubt the most immoral, criminal people in society. I don't care if you have 1 subscriber or 1 billion subscribers. I don't care if you're a psychologist or any other type of professional. There's not a single dog nut walking this earth who can present an argument in support of dog ownership in this country that will not get methodically deconstructed on this channel. So go ahead and send a link to my videos to these popular YouTube channels if you want, because I have an appetite to maul your talking points that is several times greater than your worthless mutt has for food.
Now, I do not like to speak ill on the dead, and I will not. But I will speak about your behavior, no matter if you are alive or not. This bodybuilder recently died trying to save a dog. His apartment was on fire. Here's a photo of it. Now, this man had a family, a wife and a daughter. He actually saved his wife and daughter. He woke them up and got them out of the apartment. But then he went back inside to save the dog, and he never made it back out. Now, like I said, I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but the media is trying to hail him as a hero. You see it in the headline. This was not heroic. This was nothing short of stupid. There's no better way to describe it. Stupid. Foolish. This is something that he should not have done. If there was ever a moment where you needed to look at a dog as less than human, it is a moment like this. This is why you do not humanize these worthless mutants, because you will feel compelled to run into a burning building, jump into the jaws of an alligator or crocodile, as many of these people have done. They have proven time and time again they're willing to die for these worthless, absolutely worthless mutants. Even dog lovers should be mindful that dogs are worthless. That way, you won't risk your life trying to save these worthless trash organisms. Oh, I love putting this type of narrative out. They should have let that worthless mutt burn in that apartment. And here's the kicker. I bet you anything, the family believes that he should have left that dog inside that apartment as well. You can get another dog. But because you feel attached, because you feel like it's your family member. Now, I'm not talking about this guy specifically. I don't know. But he went into a burning building to try to save a dog. I can't even call that a mistake, because everyone knew the consequences. They knew the risk and willing to take it for a worthless mutt. Y'all better become familiar with the fact that these are mutants. These are not God's creatures. God did not create dogs, and God never would. Nature did not create dogs. In fact, nature and God is trying to exterminate dogs. Why on earth would you risk your life for something that nature itself is trying to get rid of? Now, this family is left without a father, all because he wanted to try to save a worthless mutt. Very disappointing. Very unfortunate. I hope these dog lovers learn a lesson and will at least not try to run into a burning building to save a worthless, good-for-nothing mutant that might end up attacking you or your child after you've rescued these trash mutations. This 19-year-old girl's dog gets hit by a car. She runs out in the street and then she gets hit by a car.
She was hit when I was at work. I broke down.
In Ontario County, she should have let that dog stay in the street, said her prayers for it, and stayed on the sidewalk. This dog died. So I truly believe that when she saw the dog in the street, it was laid out, that it looked dead. And you ran out in the middle of the street expecting people to not hit you. You see, the dog just got hit. So I'm pointing this out because I suspect that she knowingly was willing to get hit, just like these other dog lovers who say and actually do risk their lives for their dog. Just not long ago, a lady punched a grizzly bear. Some old lady hit a grizzly bear. We've seen people jump into lakes and oceans, wrestle with alligators, run into burning buildings. They are willing to die for their dogs. Okay? So, but she did not have to do this, and she should not have done this. She should have chalked that up as a lost dog and went and got another one.
A woman recovering tonight at Strong Hospital after being hit by a car while trying to save her dog. The dog didn't make it.
But we have some encouraging news. The woman is out of surgery and improving. News 10 NBC's Brett Vetter spoke with the family tonight. Brett?
Yeah, thankfully, 19-year-old Skyline Fox is out of critical care at Strong Hospital and now listed in satisfactory condition.
She was in critical care. She got hit hard. She sustained severe injuries.
Her family says it will be a slow recovery after being hit by a car while trying to rescue her dog, Zuko.
She was badly injured, people. You're not supposed to accept any type of injury for no dog. Dogs are worthless. Their lives are worthless. If every dog dropped dead, this country would not suffer at all. I can prove that they're worthless.
Every parent's worst nightmare.
Did not hear a word from her when I got to her. I was terrified. I thought I lost her.
Running outside after hearing a crashing noise, Mindy Mooney says she first noticed her dog Zuko laying motionless in the street. Seconds later, her daughter.
Next thing I know, I'm looking up and I see my daughter laying there on the ground. I collapsed.
Family members say 19-year-old Skyline Fox was running to rescue her dog Zuko when she was hit by a car at the busy intersection of Highway 96 and...
It sounds like a highway. And it's busy. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Kite Road in Manchester. Today, 19-year-old Skyline Fox was running to rescue her dog Zuko when she was hit by a car at the busy intersection of Highway 96 and Kite Road in Manchester. Skyline's Aunt Amita Rathburn was one of many family members who rushed to the scene.
When I arrived, I seen my niece laying on the ground, face down, and people laying around her, like on her, by her.
Skyline was flown by Mercy Flight to Strong Hospital and immediately taken into surgery. She has multiple fractures to her pelvis and shoulder cuff, but doctors say Skyline is on...
Yeah, blame the dog lover culture. They're the ones who push this. They campaign. They have these videos all over the place of people jumping in oceans and lakes and wrestling with bears and alligators and whatnot. People putting out these comments saying, I will do anything. I will die for my dog. Blame the dog lover culture. They are the ones behind her running out in the middle of the street for this dog. And we all know it's true. She did that because she was well groomed by dog culture.
On the road to recovery.
She is honestly doing wonderful. She is now at a critical care center. She is now
She could have died. She could have died. And she would have died because of y'all's influence, y'all goofy influence. You got all these videos all over the internet, and these videos always go viral. These stories go viral. People wrestling with bears and alligators, doing all these crazy different things to save a dog that's in trouble. Y'all push this type of stuff when you should be telling people that that's dumb, that dogs are worthless, which they are, and that you never risk your life for no dog, because that would involve you not being in possession of the dog at all. You see, you don't want to entertain that train of thought because it makes sense. It is common sense. It's natural instinct. Anything in line with human nature, with what's natural, sounds foreign to these people. That's how you know they're on the wrong path.
I just got done seeing her before it was over. Surgery went phenomenal.
Don't do it. Stop it. Cut it out. Cut it out now, Crusaders.
Her cousin and fellow firefighter Cameron Wick says wouldn't be possible without the heroes who saved her life.
I just want to say thank you to both Manchester and my department for how quickly you guys arrived on scene, and the state troopers and whoever else was there.
You should tell your family, your sister, to never do that again. All of you should tell her that she should not have done that. Don't you ever risk your life like that again. Isn't that the lecture you want to give to her? You don't congratulate a person like this. You don't tell them that they're a hero for trying to save their dog. And that's what the dog lover world is going to do. Oh, she's such a hero. I respect her so much. Doing anything to save her dog. And the dog died. So this story really highlights how silly it is to risk your life for a dog. If you don't get it by now, you never will. And this is not my opinion. Our finances, our environment, our communities will not suffer if dogs disappear right now. But they will flourish. They will improve in several ways. That's an irrefutable fact.
Puppy saved by firemen. It says, this puppy's reaction to being saved by a fireman will melt your heart. And when you watch the video, as soon as he pulls the dog out from the rocks, the dog tries to get away from him. He's pulling the dog against his body to keep it from running away from him. Basically hugging the dog. And he has his face down. He's offering his face to the dog because he is trying to get the dog to lick his face on camera. He's trying to get some loving moment after he rescued the mutt. All that dog thinking about is getting away. These people have to force these bizarre, weirdo dog love moments onto the public, into reality. It's all about deception. The dog is begging for food. They try to translate that into it showing you affection. Dog in the video moving erratically, as dogs do, as if they should be on Ritalin. They're hyperactive creatures because of their deformed, mutated brains. So after they report on the boy being killed, they want to keep dog lovers' loyalty and love. They want to make up for it. So they hit him with this story about a worthless mutt being saved. Now that dog will have the opportunity to maul someone's child. Right? Good job. Had you let that worthless mutt stay under those rocks, it would increase child safety. That's simply a fact. This fireman did a huge disservice to society. That is simply a fact. For every predator, there are prey animals, animals that they focus on attacking. And there are enemy animals that they are always fighting. Children are without a doubt prey and enemy animals for dogs. In a crowd of adults and toddlers, they will target the toddlers. This is a fact. It's well known that you never leave a child alone with a dog. But it has nothing to do with those kids provoking the dog. How many stories have I reported in the past 3 or 4 days or weeks where dogs spotted kids and attacked them? How many stories about dogs attacking babies? They can't walk or talk or crawl. Impossible to provoke the dog. But as soon as the adults leave or fall asleep, the dog mauls the baby. I did a report not long ago where that exact scenario took place. They tell you not to leave kids alone with dogs because dogs view them as enemies, as prey animals, enemy animals. They don't even try to eat kids or babies. They just want to kill them. It's the same type of killing that takes place with lions and hyenas. Lions usually don't eat hyenas unless they're very hungry. They're usually just exercising dominance and getting rid of competition. And in this case, the dog views babies and kids as competition for food. Now, you really have to be foolish to rescue or help a creature like that. I don't care if a mutt spontaneously combusts right in front of me and I'm standing there with a bucket of water. I would not throw one drop of water onto that worthless mutt. It does not matter if a dog has never attacked anyone. People like to bring that up. My dogs never attacked anyone. That's irrelevant. It is in them. No matter what your dog has done in the past, it's in them to do it. It's their nature, their instinct. Jeffrey Dahmer, other serial killers, they didn't kill every person they came into contact with, but because it was in their nature to kill people, they were executed, and nobody complained about it. Look at how dogs in these shelters have it written in their description that it needs an owner without kids, right? It needs to be around adults only because they are wired to maul and attack kids and babies. You have to be stupid and just a disgusting person to fall in love with a creature like that. This wired to maul your young. Again, nothing to do with kids violating or provoking their dog. They try to blame the attacks on the kids to conceal the dog's true demonic nature and to divert attention away from their own irresponsibility of owning the dog and keeping it around their child. And they all work together, all these dog nuts, to maintain this culture of concealment. Look at the boy who had his arm bitten off a few weeks ago. Initially, a woman tried to blame the child. She literally made up a lie that the boy put a sock over his arm and stuck it through the bottom of a fence, trying to play with that mutt. You can't talk sense into these people. They know full well that dogs love to maul kids and they simply don't care.
This story right here sounds ridiculous. Police are looking for a man who shot a dog in West Baltimore. This story surfaced 3 days ago.
Baltimore police are searching for the person who shot a dog multiple times in West Baltimore, and they're asking for your help. Take a look at your screen. Police are looking to identify the suspect in these photos. They say last month, July 8th, a female was walking her dog in the 1300 block of North Carey Street when a male approached her. Officials say the dog lunged at the male, but the woman was able to pull the dog back. She reportedly then told the man that her dog does bite, and that is when he pulled out a gun and shot the dog.
Does that sound believable? That does not sound believable to me. He just walked up to a woman that he doesn't know for no reason, and she had a dog with her. That makes it less likely that strangers are going to just walk up to you if you have a dog in your possession. They say he just walked up to her and the dog lunged at him. She pulled the dog back and told him that the dog does bite. He pulls out a gun and shoots. That doesn't sound believable to me. It sounds like he was simply walking past this woman. That is what typically happens. You walk past a nutter and their dog tries to attack you. And he probably told her to control her stupid mutt. And then she threatened him. Another thing that typically happens with dog nutters. She threatened him. Say, I will tell my dog to bite you. My dog does bite. What type of thing is that to say to someone who's minding their business, walking past you, and your dog lunges at them? So he defended himself. That's what it sounds like to me. Now, part of the reason why I believe this was a case of self-defense is because if you notice, this image, this is from a camera. The other angle, this is from a camera. So why don't you just show us the footage? What you showing us pictures for? You show pictures when you're lying.
Help. Take a look at your...
Let us see what actually happened. Because again, I don't believe he simply walked up to a stranger who had a dog with her. Ridiculous. So this is how they will try to project people who defend themselves. You better believe it. This happened in Baltimore, and people's dogs attack people all the time. Let's understand that. People are injured every day. This is a daily occurrence. So you should be slow to accuse people like this of simply wanting to shoot a dog for fun. Don't believe that at all. Sounds like another case similar to how they assume that when they find a dog starved somewhere, that somebody deliberately dumped it to starve it. It's ridiculous. These stories are getting more and more pathetic by the day. These people don't stop, and they need to stop. This needs to stop. This surfaced a few hours ago.
There's a new employee at the Hancock Central School. He stands on 4 legs and might lick your face every now and then. We catch up with the school and learn how he is helping the students with their...
You should not be promoting allowing your face to be licked by dogs, especially at a time like now.
literacy skills and emotional well-being.
Dogs don't help with either one of those things. Fact.
Meet Sander. He's a brand new therapy dog at the Hancock Central School and marks a first for this district.
Already, you see, it's drugged up. I mean, I know it's hard to wrap your head around how manipulative and dangerous this is. They send in a large dog, the only creature that launches lethal attacks on people this age that attend this classroom. The only creature in society that does this. And they send these things into these classrooms drugged up to desensitize them. This needs to stop now.
We've been thinking about it for quite a while. It was kind of a long process.
You lunatic. Nobody's home. Nobody's home upstairs. These are talking heads. Look at her.
I talked to a couple other districts that had therapy dogs. We knew that Sander would be perfect for it. The 6-year-old yellow lab has been at the school for about a month.
That dog is huge. And it's really no different from, this is what I'm talking about. If I were to be a father and I walk in the classroom and I see this, there's going to be all kinds of problems. And again, this is why I would never turn my kids over to these people. These people are so disgusting and disrespectful. Stop exposing classroom full of people, young people, to your own personal lifestyle. I just don't understand why they get the green light to do this. And they're putting it behind a bunch of lies. Thing don't help nobody to read, and it don't help anybody's emotional well-being, especially not youngsters. They're bringing the dog in there for themselves, because these are dog-obsessed, dog-addicted nutters that can't stand, these nutter adults cannot stand being around kids all day. They hate it. They hate it. And these dogs are in there for the adults. And they force them onto the youngsters.
But he's been with a member of the Hall family since their
This is somebody's personal pet.
college years.
Sander actually belongs to my daughter, Ashley, and I raised him for 8.
There you go. Raised by her. With hugs and kisses. And they just waltz random dogs into classrooms. Just throw a vest on them.
18 months within that program, where we did lots of just basic obedience and socialization. He would come to my college classes with me. And
Why do nutters get to run amok? This is insane. That dog has no business in there.
Would come to the grocery store, and he was around my friends. He started out as a
drugged up
dog in training for guiding eyes for the blind, and he didn't make
Look
it as
at that.
dog, but he's doing a great job as a therapy dog. There was just so much excitement around having a dog in the school.
Yeah, while it's up in their sleep half the time, drugged up. What are you even talking about? Why is it the end thing for people to not think, to not apply thought to anything, to be brainless? Why is that looked up to? Do a bunch of talking and not make no sense.
And you could see the kids were really thrilled to just have...
No, I don't see nothing. I don't see any thrill there.
The school.
I see a forced situation where you adult nutters forced them to interact with this dog.
And you could see...
Disgusting. Why? Again, these are the only creatures that launch lethal attacks on this age demographic. This is their number one enemy by far. Why are you desensitizing them to these mutant killers? So sick.
See, the kids were really thrilled to just have the opportunity to have Sander in their school a few days a week. According to a report published in the National...
Look at that. Is that mange? Look how nasty and infected it looks. That thing don't look healthy at all. Disgusting. People pull a dog from out the basement, put a vest on it, and bring it into schools. That's what you're dealing with.
Report published in the National Library of Medicine implementing therapy dogs in schools.
Wow. Unsanitary and teaching them the wrong things. Doing things that even their experts tell you don't do. They encourage it. Again, maximize the chances that they'll be attacked and desensitize them, make them adore dogs, not each other, not their own offspring. Dehumanize them. This ultimately is a process of dehumanizing them in all of us. Can't separate the youth from us.
Gained a lot of popularity. The report says that dogs can help reduce stress.
It's so sick, and no, they don't reduce no stress. Get that disgusting, hideous maggot parasite out of that school. Wow.
By lowering cortisol levels and promoting an engaging environment.
Promoting an engaging environment.
Cortisol levels and promote.
These youngsters back here seem to be doing just fine without the dog. You liars. That dumb, stinking, drugged up dog is nothing but a distraction. And disrespectful. It's miseducation. How dare you? Did y'all teach them that these are the only creatures in society that launch lethal attacks on them? Their age demographic? You idiots. Schools are worthless. Why? Because of nutters. Told you, dog lovers. Because dogs are the worst creatures on earth,
their owners are the worst people in society. Irrefutable. That's a fact. You make yourselves the worst people in society. You need to hear that.
An engaging environment.
No, they don't.
There's a lot of benefits to having Sander in the classroom.
Look at this lunatic. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe these people.
And one of the main ones is that he helps the students feel a lot more comfortable in their reading abilities.
I noticed a lot of the kids lacked confidence in their...
You're a liar. You goofy liar.
reading. Like, they really could do it, but they were afraid to read in front of an adult or afraid to read in front of their peers. And so they can come in here and they can read.
Why would you promote this type of interaction? Laying on dogs, having physical contact. Why would you promote this type of behavior? Kids this age, you tell them to stay away from dogs, especially these giant dogs. This thing almost looked like a bully breed. Boy, this is sick.
To Sander, and he's non-judgmental. He just sits and listens.
Of course, it's non-judgmental. These kids are not worried about being judged. They make up lies and put it on the youngsters and say, hey, that's why the youngsters need the dog here.
Sander currently hangs out with the kindergarten students.
We all know that he's a good dog. We like to come down with him.
You see what I'm talking about? Why are they promoting this? Wasn't that a sudden movement? Isn't that what they call a sudden movement? Now, had the dog snapped in that moment, they would have blamed her. You made a sudden movement. Why is it okay but I'm the bad guy. I'm the villain. I'm the evil person. But yet they're doing stuff like this. It's sick.
We like to come down with him. We like to read to him, and that's pretty much it.
The school hopes to introduce him to other grades in the future, spreading his positive.
This is why I say the things I say about these people. This is disgusting and inhumane. Weird. It's a whole bunch of things. It needs to stop. Now, one of the things that infuriate me about this dog nut culture more than anything else are these stupid memes that they create. They are very weird and disturbing. This is one of my most hated memes. If the kindest souls were rewarded with the longest lives, dogs would outlive us all. Now, dog nuts have made several different versions of this meme. And I cannot imagine how many dogs in this country alone were looking for somebody to attack, or actually attacking someone at the exact same moment that they were creating each one of these memes. Attack them for absolutely no reason at all. Just like this dog did. We've all seen this video. He spotted the boy. He knew full well that the child wasn't even aware of its presence. That mutt knew full well that this was a child. Dogs know the difference between children and adults, and decided to attack that boy for absolutely no reason at all. It took a cat, a creature that is much more like humans, to save that boy's life. That child
did not startle that dog. This was not a case of redirected aggression where the dog was fighting with another dog and got distracted, redirected its aggression towards the child. No, this was not food aggression. None of these stupid excuses that these dog nuts have come up with to explain why dogs attack apply to this situation. This worthless mutant attacked that boy for no reason. The same thing happens to several children every day, where dogs will hop fences, crawl under fences, crawl through holes, right? Run out the door as soon as you crack it to get to children to attack them for no reason at all. Children are their favorite targets. This is the behavior of creatures that these people call the kindest souls. This dog culture is based on lies. You're walking peacefully down the sidewalk, and out of nowhere comes a stupid, stinking mutt charging at you, right? Lunging at you, growling and barking, threatening you with physical violence, showing you its teeth. Oftentimes, dogs will leap over fences. And you don't know if this will be one of those moments. So your anxiety level is sky high. Your heart rate has increased. Right? Your nervous system is in fight or flight mode because you are being threatened with violence by a deadly creature, threatening you with deadly force by creatures that these dog nuts claim have the sweetest souls. Again, this dog nut culture is based on disgusting lies to the point that it's immoral and criminal, right? Which is a comparison of dogs to other creatures when they call dogs the sweetest souls. Sweetest souls compared to who? They're comparing them to not only humans, but other animals. But no other animal in society does that. They're not going to lunge at you, bark or hiss at you. They're not showing signs of aggression. You get close to any other animal, ducks, squirrels, rabbits, cats, they're going to run away. How is it that the only creatures that greet humans with terror and aggression are said to have the sweetest souls? Again, lies. These stupid memes are truly infuriating. How about this one? Many of you, I'm sure, have seen this. No one has the right to hurt me. Right? Who came up with that? They sit back and come up with the dumbest, weirdest lies to turn them into memes, to narrate for these mutts, as if the dogs are actually saying this. The same creature, by the way, that behaves in the way that I just explained, harassing people, attacking people for no reason, is saying no one has the right to hurt me. Memes like this reveal how dysfunctional the thought process of dog nuts truly is. Now, I live in Ohio. Ohio law specifically states that you may kill a dog that is chasing or approaching you in a menacing fashion, demonstrates an attack attitude, or has already bitten a person or a person's livestock. So this meme is especially foolish when dog attacks on humans are so common that laws had to be passed to permit potential victims to lawfully shoot dogs. You don't have laws like this for any other creature, only dogs. we had to create a special unit of our law enforcement for dogs, special equipment for dogs. You need a leash on dogs, no other creature. Right? Because it's dogs that don't have the right to hurt humans, specifically children. It would make more sense to make memes like this for other animals in society because they don't attack people. Just imagine if dogs were as peaceful as rabbits, as harmless as rabbits. They would build these anti-dog cruelty organizations around the dog's level of harmlessness. That would be the first thing that they would point out. Why would anybody hurt a dog? Dogs don't hurt people. They're the sweetest, kindest creatures out there. Never hurt anyone. But they can't say that. And they have the nerve to make stupid memes like this. Wouldn't it make sense to make a meme like this for their own children? You would think so. 6,000 dog abuse cases each year compared to 500,000 kids in the ER. Millions upon millions that get bitten. They don't make memes like this for their own children. Only dogs touch their hearts enough to motivate them to create such loving, weird, criminal, and immoral memes. It is sickening. Now, what is this? Right? Oh no. What have we found here? Physical affection releases feel-good hormones. One of the reasons why hugging, holding hands, and touching feel good to us is that the behaviors elevate our level of oxytocin, a hormone that reduces pain and causes a calming sensation. Haven't we heard that before? Haven't we heard that said about dogs? And they project dogs as having some type of special power as a result. And as I said in previous videos, it has nothing to do with the dog itself. It has to do with you and what you're deciding to engage in, what you are doing that causes those reactions. Physical affection is related to lower blood pressure. We've heard that before. Among women, those who receive more hugs from their romantic partners have lower resting blood pressure, as this study illustrates. It is unclear whether the same is true for men. I'm quite sure it is. A new study reports that holding hands with a loved one can provide relief from physical pain. They used EEG to measure brain waves. Data showed that when the couples were just in the same room, their brain waves would start to match up. This occurred specifically with the band that corresponds with focused attention. When couples held hands while the woman was in pain, the brain length synchronization was at its highest. But when that couple wasn't able to touch while she was in pain, the synchronization ceased. In other words, when they're in the same room and there is no pain, there is brain synchronization. But when the woman is in pain, they're in the same room, and there is no touching, the synchronization stops. But if in that moment he were to go up and hold her hand, the synchronization returns, and it is even stronger than before. It reads, "It appears that pain totally interrupts this interpersonal synchronization between couples, and touch brings it back." Just as I said in previous videos, You could show affection to a stuffed animal and it would aid in pain relief, lower blood pressure, stress relief. It has nothing to do with some special dog magic possessed by these worthless mutants. All right, what else? Physical affection reduces stress. Stress, pain, blood pressure. All of the things that they gave dogs credit for are actually achieved through affection with other humans. In fact, far more effectively with humans. Why? Because when the entity that you're being affectionate with is able to empathize with your pain or your situation, then pain relief, stress relief, and blood pressure is lowered more effectively. This article reads, more tests were then performed to measure the man's amount of empathy towards his partner. The more empathetic he was, the more the couple's brain waves matched, the more her pain subsided. When you rub on that disease-infested mutt, all it is thinking about is food. So it is less effective to deal with a mutt than it is to deal with a human. Right? Even language, that strengthens your bond. Communication is the key to a strong relationship. You can't communicate with no dog. Sometimes the sound of your partner's voice helps to relieve pain and stress and comforts you. How can you dare compare a mutt to another human, your own species? So no, there's nothing special about dogs. These dog nuts want to believe that dogs have some special magic, some special type of heart that enables them to care on a level beyond humans, such that they lower our blood pressure, stress, and reduces pain. Ridiculous. This meme says, why do we love dogs so much? Because they are living proof that good still exists in the world. Isn't this insane? When you think about it, you have to wonder, how dare these people make such offensive memes? These are offensive to people who have been attacked and mauled by dogs and have had their life completely, permanently changed from dog attacks. If this were true, then why do they need these? No other creature in human territory requires a muzzle. Why do you have to train dogs not to attack people? Why do you have to socialize them? Why do they require a leash if they are so good? Why do they require all these things? All these restraints if they are so good? Blatant, in your face lies. The lies that this dog culture projects are disgusting. They are so ridiculous. It is hard to believe that they've been able to get away with it for so long without having anybody challenge this nonsense. This is a true crusade, a true movement, a true change in social interaction, because this absurd, wicked culture is finally being openly objected to, challenged. This one says, there is no such thing as a bad dog, only bad owners that raise them. Many of you have probably seen this stupid meme. In other words, you get a new dog. Okay, let's teach it not to maul people. That's what they call a good owner. Somebody who has to train the dog against its natural urge to maul people. How does that work? People who don't watch their dogs are called bad owners. They have to watch the dog and look for signs of aggression or a possible attack. Owners that do that are called good. How does that work? All dogs are bad. That's what that tells you. And people who halfway train the dogs against their aggressive instincts are called good. How does that work? How is a dog not bad if I have to train it to not be bad? Again, you don't have to train cats, rabbits, squirrels not to attack. It's like a science with these dog nuts. You have to be in a laboratory coming up with new ways to train dogs not to be the natural killers that they are. And they say there's no such thing as a bad dog. They're all naturally bad. Dogs that don't go around attacking people most of the time are unnatural. You wouldn't need a leash. Let's see how peaceful they are when you let them go in public. Another meme says, if people had hearts like dogs, the world would be a better place. Yeah, hearts like this. Come within 20 feet of them and they're barking and lunging at you, trying to attack you, threatening you. We simply fight and try to kill each other every time we saw each other, someone we didn't know. You'd have a physical fight with every unknown person that comes within 20 feet of you. And that's the kind of heart that humans need. Where did they get this from? How do they get away with making this kind of garbage? A dog can't change the world, but they can change your world. Yeah, by shitting all over the place, contaminating our water, barking incessantly, harassing people, disturbing the peace, attacking people. This meme is 100% true because they do cause us to live in a different world. What else do they do? Show you affection? That's what dog nuts will say. How? Running up to you when they see you? When you walk through the door, pouncing on you, licking on your face? That's not affection. They are begging for food. But when a person is starving for attention, the way these dog nuts are, a scavenger begging for food can fulfill that desire. When a person has insecurity issues, they can feel better by having a worthless scavenger beg for food from them. All they want is that attention, and they're going to interpret it as admiration, as affection. It is embarrassing. All of these memes are weird, disturbing, most importantly, false. All of the phrases are like scriptures, the religious text for this demonic dog worship cult. And they all contain overt lies that work together to fuel this culture, this dog nut culture that requires the sacrifice of human blood, primarily the blood of children, in order to exist. It has to happen. Dogs can't exist in our society the way they are without bloodshed. It's impossible because they are violent by nature. They're going to attack millions. But these lies are being systematically deconstructed, slowly but surely. And they will eventually fail to serve as fuel for this demonic cult of dog worshipers. And once they are unable to justify the presence of these mutated scavengers that they worship, basic humanity and decency will take over, and the blood sacrifices required for their existence will begin to end. Our future will be one where if we see dogs in our territory, they will be lawfully tracked down and neutralized like the dogs that they are. The idea of bringing them into our home, around our children, and treating them like family will be nothing more than an embarrassing memory of our history. Now, this information takes us one step closer to that future, exposing the lies of dogs being projected as some type of innate magical creature with the ability to reduce pain and stress and blood pressure is a victory that should not be taken for granted, because these allegations represented one of the most important foundations upon which they have tried to justify the presence of these worthless mutants. But one by one, this crusade will dismantle every facet of lies that holds this dog nut culture together. Look at how dogs watch adults and they wait for the adult to leave or fall asleep. Then they will wander over to a sleeping baby's crib or bassinet and maul the baby. All the time the adult had no idea the dog was even watching them. But because the dog's peripheral vision, it was watching them the whole time, waiting for a moment, the opportunity to kill the infant. Right? This article was posted yesterday. It says, here are some tips to avoid dog bites with children. It says, according to a study by the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, it's reported that 50% of all children here in the United States will be bitten by a dog before the child is 12 years old. Over 800,000 bites result in doctor visits every year, and about half of those are for children. She says kids and dogs seem to go hand in hand and make a great pairing, but so much responsibility and care needs to be taken prior to making that successful duo, end quote. Now, I'm sure most of you caught that. This woman is indeed a dog lover. After a statement like that, it's easy to understand why I call dog nuts brainwashed zombies. She points out that 50% of kids in America will be bitten by a dog before their 12th birthday, and immediately follows that up by claiming that kids and dogs go hand in hand. Many people have suspected that dogs actually transmit mind-controlling parasites to their owners. Right? Situations like this, like what this woman said, makes that believable. Do your research on it. I don't rule it out. But at the very least, dog nuts are 100% brainwashed, and it shows in the things that they do, that they say, and in this example, the things that they write. She says supervision is first and foremost to having kids and pets together without incident, but that's not the only factor involved. Never leave a child and a dog alone together is a big mantra. But reports show that most bites happen when a parent or an adult are standing near the child and the dog, end quote. Once again, she says something that is totally stupid, and once again totally contradicted herself. She just said that supervision is first and foremost to having kids and dogs together without incident. And she follows it up by saying that most bites happen when a parent is present with the dog and the child. You find these exact types of contradictions in false testimonies. The bigger the lie, the more holes you find in it. Here, they're trying to insist that these demonic creatures go hand in hand with kids. And the only one sentence prior to that ridiculous statement, she reveals a shocking statistic that half of all children in the country will be bitten before their 12th birthday. How could she not catch that contradiction? 2 in the same article. It's easier to catch things that are written. This is the behavior of people who are possessed, brainwashed, possessed by demons, brainwashing, manipulative propaganda that is designed to protect the existence of demonic man-made creatures. She then goes on to advise people to basically stare at dogs nonstop when kids are present in order to detect signs of agitation. I've talked about this before and how stupid that is. Something that no adult does or even is capable of doing. Even if they are staring at the dog, as I've said before, by the time you see the signs, it might be too late. All it takes is a split second for the dog to latch onto the child. And the stupid adult dog nut will run over to the dog only after it has begun the process of drawing blood from the child, mauling the child. Child could have lost its face or anything by the time that adult gets over there. Right? You've seen dogs actually try to rip kids and babies from the arms of adults.
Come here. This guy is high as a kite after getting his paws on some marijuana. Same with this fella.
Angel, come here. Come here.
He has difficulty walking straight after wolfing down a marijuana chocolate bar. Videos like these posted on YouTube show what happens when dogs accidentally eat food laced with pot.
What did you get into? Was it a cookie? Was it a special cookie?
Notice how they make light of it. They have to ignore certain things, like this. Surfaced last year. Dog euthanized after attacking its owner while she was on the toilet after eating a THC gummy. Oh yes. She said she gave the dog a THC gummy for stress. She says it was stressed out because she was going through a divorce. Yeah, I think her father recommended get it a THC gummy. It's stressed. Ate the gummy, waited until she got on the toilet, and mauled her. The mauling lasted for about an hour. Oh yes, was it the THC? They claim that THC makes some dogs more aggressive. You believe that? Do you believe the dog was even high? The cop said there was a lot of blood on the living room carpet, an immense amount of blood on the floor, walls of the hallway, and an extreme amount of blood on the bed, walls, and floor of the room where she was found. The dog was loose in the home when officers showed up, but they were not attacked by the dog. It was not aggressive towards them. Been going through a divorce, causing the dogs stress. Do you believe that? Do y'all really think it's all fun and games? Look at this. Dogs have a much more severe reaction to the psychoactive substance than humans do. According to the American Kennel Club, symptoms of marijuana poisoning in dogs can include agitation. So, while you may have thought it's fun and games, add THC to the already long list of things that dogs are said to launch attacks for.
Now let's continue with this crusade against these deranged, disgusting, dangerous dogs and their deranged, disgusting owners. This is a video response in response to 2 video responses to 2 of my videos that was created by a mutt-loving weirdo who genuinely believes that he is more intelligent than he actually is. And it seems to escape him that the reason so few mutt lovers attempt to deconstruct my arguments is because I leave no room for arguments. I also set traps in my presentations of information for those like this individual who tries to refute my arguments.
Is it just me? Or did he purposely cut out that article so that his audience couldn't see the chart that showed that more children are the victims of softball and baseball injuries than dog bite?
The number of children injured playing softball or baseball has nothing to do with the irresponsibility of allowing wild carnivores to live in your home. If a responsible parent is told that over 333,000 children need emergency care treatment for dog attacks each year, that parent would not give a damn about the 404,000 children injured in baseball and softball. That is a different topic altogether. They would not take the chance of their child being one of those 333,000 children. This is what we call in philosophy a straw man fallacy. Why would any intelligent person even compare these statistics when these numbers are not that much different? Both numbers are relatively high and too high for any responsible, sane parent to take the risk of their child being one of those victims.
But he doesn't show the other part of that same article, which states that dogs are much less likely to attack a child in the presence of an adult.
If a mutt is living in your home, what makes you think an adult is always going to be present? A child could run into another room, and that mutt could either run into that room after them or already be in the room when they get there. More importantly, if you have a creature in your home that is so dangerous and untrustworthy that you need an adult present at all times when both the child and the dog are there so that the dog does not maul the child, then you should not have that creature in your home at all. But you deranged mutt lovers allow them into your home anyways because you cannot envision life without being licked on by mutts.
He also forgot to show the other part in the article, which says that incidences of dog bite fatalities by any breed are very rare. There are approximately 15 to 20 in the United States a year.
Those of you who follow my channel already know that I've covered this talking point, and I've acknowledged that the number of children and people killed by dogs each year is low. But in typical mutt-obsessed fashion, this weirdo totally ignores the number of people and children who are injured in dog attacks, where many of those injuries are severe and leave people and children disfigured, where in regard to the children, it is actually their face most of the time that is permanently disfigured. You see, in the mind of these mutt lovers, as long as the victim doesn't die, then it's not a big deal. That's why they only focus on the deaths. According to dogattackinjury.com, a dog attack injury law firm, in 2012, nearly 28,000 people needed reconstructive surgery for dog attacks. That's not even including those who were just seriously injured and had an infection. This number is much higher and considerable than the 20 to 30 people killed each year that you so conveniently focus on. It is not a case where as long as you or your child is not killed by a dog, then you're just fine. These people and children who are mauled and disfigured by these mutts have to carry that disfigurement for the rest of their lives and will now live a different life as a result of these attacks, both physically and psychologically.
According to the RSPCA, children communicate differently to adults, and what children do, a dog may see that as threatening behaviour, such as screaming and shouting and so on. Yet, by understanding dogs and understanding their body language, you will be able to recognise when a dog is unhappy or feels threatened.
Who in their right mind would tolerate a creature that would feel uncomfortable and threatened by a child shouting to the point that they would maul that child? If a child screams and the dog shows warning signs, what makes you mutt lovers think that you will always be able to subdue the dog before it actually attacks the child? When dogs latch on to anything they bite, especially vicious dogs, it will be very difficult to make that dog release it. Why would any responsible, sane parent take the risk of it being their child's face or body that dog is latched onto? Many dogs are uncontrollable when they go into attack mode. And it is exactly these types of scenarios that account for many attacks on children. Sometimes dogs will attack a child on sight without showing any warning signs. And there is no guarantee that you'll always have your eyes on the dog at all times to see the warning signs anyways. It is simply a risk that only a deranged retard would take. A child should be able to scream all it wants without having to worry about being mauled by a fucking mutt. Fuck understanding a dog's behavior. You simply do not allow the mutt into the home at all.
He also said that it is important to make sure a pet is well cared for, exercised and fed when the baby arrives to ensure it doesn't feel left out.
Yeah, let's make sure the dog is well fed so that it doesn't eat our newborn baby. What kind of sense that make? Again, any creature that poses that level of danger should not be in the home at all. And what makes you think those mutts won't get hungry again several times after the baby has arrived in the home? You might find out that mutt is hungry too late. Furthermore, what makes you think that it's easy to satisfy a dog's hunger when those disgusting mutts eat non-stop? They're always starving no matter how much they eat. Most importantly, what makes you think dogs only attack infants in response to hunger or feeling threatened when so many dog attacks on children and infants take place while the children or infants are asleep in their bassinet? The solution offered of keeping a mutt well fed does not apply to the circumstances in which many children and infants are attacked and killed. What type of weirdo, sick, twisted individual can examine the deaths of these children and infants and conclude that it doesn't happen often enough to be a big deal? These are the 20 to 30 deaths per year at the hands of dogs that you simply dismiss.
Of course there are these factors, but that's why we have these procedures in place, such as making sure they are not left in the same room as a child alone, or preparing and training the dog before a newborn arrives in the household to make sure that these situations don't happen.
I don't want to hear about how it's the owner's responsibility to make sure children are safe from dog attacks, when all of you mutt lovers get off on laying your babies on top of these mutts, allowing your children to play with them,
Your deranged mutt emotions yearns to see your children cuddled up with these disgusting, ugly, stupid, lethal mutts. You want them to have a relationship with that mutt because you want the mutt to get to know them. None of you mutt lovers are responsible. And the children who grow up in homes with dogs that are never attacked are simply lucky. I've wasted valuable time in this video because you mutt lovers do not possess the intelligence that nature instilled into a fucking rock. And an example had to be made of one of you. Rest assured that several of my supporters, as well as myself, are built to dismantle any argument in defense of dog ownership that is presented by mutt lovers. Even during an epileptic seizure, in the middle of a stutter, I will dismiss your mutt-loving bullshit. I have facts and logic on my side, while all you have is hope, guesses, wishful thinking, good training, and responsible parenting, and simply hope the dog never attacks the child or baby. That is not reliable. And you try to push this wishful thinking off as fail-proof, even in the face of thousands of children and babies being attacked and seriously injured each year, when the only thing that completely ensures the safety of children and babies is to not allow wild, aggressive, unpredictable, stupid carnivores to live in your home. This should be common sense. It's not common sense to these deranged mutt lovers. Let this video serve as a warning to any of you other mutt loving YouTubers who want to challenge my platform. You're biting off more than you can chew. You better just accept the fact that you have a mental disorder and go on about your business. What does the Bible say about dogs? Your precious fur babies. I'm not a religious person. I've never been a member of any religion. Many people have suspected that I might be a Muslim, but I had not even heard about how Muslims view dogs until after I created this channel. Now, although I do not believe the Bible is a history book, I do believe that several things in the Bible is common sense. And I know for a fact that an extremely large percentage of dog nuts hold the Bible at the center of their personal or religious beliefs. They truly believe that it is the inspired word of God. So what does the word say about your fur babies, your worthless mutts? Exodus 22:31. You are to be my holy people, so do not eat meat of an animal torn by wild beasts. Throw it to the dogs. End quote. In other words, you are on a level above dogs. Dogs are not considered holy. That is why dogs are allowed to eat meat torn by wild beasts. In other words, they cannot be your children. You cannot be a mother or father to a dog. Judges 7:5. So Gideon took the men down to the water. There the Lord told him, separate those who lap the water with their tongues as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink. End quote. In other words, separate people who drink water from those who lick and lap water as dogs do. So to exhibit the same behavior of a dog is clearly unacceptable. 1 Samuel 17:43. He said to David, am I a dog that you come at me with sticks? End quote. In other words, only dogs are worthy to be beaten with sticks. Could it be
because dogs have always caused chaos, attacked people and their children, and have always given humans a reason to show resistance to their presence. Draw your own conclusion from that verse, but it sounds to me like my group, the group of crusaders that I belong to, the anti-dog group, has been in existence for a very long time. This is nothing new. 1 Samuel 24:14 says, against whom has the king of Israel come out? Who are you pursuing? A dead dog? A flea? Now, I'm not sure what this verse means exactly, but it is clear that dogs are not being spoken of in a positive light. This verse is speaking of dogs in a derogatory manner. Ecclesiastes 9:4. Anyone who is among the living has hope. Even a live dog is better off than a dead lion. Now, this verse is clear. It is saying that a live lion is better than a live dog. That is exactly why the verse says that even a live dog is better than a dead lion. It is speaking about dogs in a very derogatory manner. It is obvious the dogs are viewed as the most filthy, disgusting, low-life vermin in the animal kingdom in the Bible. 1 Kings 21:19. Say to him, this is what the Lord says. Have you not murdered a man and seized his property? Then say to him, this is what the Lord says. In the place where dogs licked up Naboth's blood, dogs will lick up your blood. Yes, yours. Again, dogs are being spoken of as filthy, disgusting scavengers that lick and drink the blood of other creatures. Once again, being spoken of in a derogatory manner. 1 Kings 22:38. They washed the chariot at a pool in Samaria, where the prostitutes bathed, and the dogs licked up his blood, as the word of the Lord had declared. End quote. Again, talking about dogs licking up blood, associating dogs with the act of washing a chariot in a pool where prostitutes bathe. Right? This verse is not speaking about dogs in a positive light whatsoever. Job 31 says, but now they mock me, men younger than I, whose fathers I would have disdained to put with my sheepdogs. End quote. This is self-explanatory. This is meant as an insult. That he thinks so little of these men's fathers that he would disdain to even keep them in the company with his sheepdogs. Psalm 59:6. They return at evening, snarling like dogs, and prowl about the city. Again, dogs are spoken of in a negative light. Proverbs 26:11. As a dog returns to its vomit, so fools repeat their folly. End quote. Clear, self-explanatory. No need for interpretation. This verse describes people who repeat the same mistakes as similar to dogs' well-known behavior of eating their own vomit. This verse also quietly references to the disgusting nature of dogs. Eating their own vomit has clearly been seen as disgusting and has disgusted human beings for as long as we've witnessed them do it. And we've placed them in a low category for this type of behavior. These verses are all from the Old Testament. So let's go to the New Testament. Matthew 7:6. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. End quote. This is a very logical and important verse because the title of baby is indeed sacred. Fur baby. Dog nuts give dogs the same title that they give their own offspring. This is one of the most sacred titles you can give any living creature, and it is really only meant to be given to your literal offspring. This dog nut tradition of calling dogs fur babies, calling themselves parents of a dog, dog mom or dog dad, saying that dogs are family is an absolute abomination to our very existence. It says, do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. If you give dogs the sacred title of being your offspring, right, you will treat them like your offspring, and they will take advantage of the position you give them by attacking you, attacking others, and worst of all, attacking their favorite victims, your biological babies and children, tearing them to pieces. All because you were stupid enough to give those dogs something sacred, your home, the title and position of your own biological children. Your home is sacred. This is where your family dwells. They give their homes to dogs and allow dogs to go anywhere in a home it wants. No matter if the dog goes in any room in the house, to allow a dog to step through any door of a home defiles and contaminates the home. It is an abomination. Matthew 15:26, he replied, it is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. End quote. No need for interpretation. Self-explanatory. This verse speaks against giving what belongs to children to dogs. How could this not include the title and position of a child born from a parent who calls themselves parents of a fur baby? That title and position is reserved for it belongs to your children, and you give it to dogs. How could this not include your parental guidance, love, and energy that is meant only for your children that you are giving to dogs? Exactly what I talked about in my previous video. Absolutely outrageous. This is an abomination according to your own Bible. I did not know of any of these verses when I made my most recent video. And it is exactly in line with what I was talking about, not only in that video, but in several of my videos. This is common sense that I'm talking about. Philippians 3:2. Watch out for those dogs, those evil doers, those mutilators of the flesh. End quote. Which one of you dog nuts want to argue that this verse is speaking about dogs in a positive light? I've made entire videos in reference to dogs several times as evil based on their behavior. And I was totally unaware of this verse. Here, even the Bible supports my position on dogs, not the position of dog nuts. The Bible, even the Bible, is on the side of the crusaders, evildoers and mutilators of the flesh, primarily children's flesh. Watch out for those dogs, the verse said. Children of adults who give those dogs free food and shelter. Definitely evil to maul the children of such people. Several millions each year, and society has the nerve to project dogs as the most loving creatures in human society. Blasphemous. Revelation 22:15. Outside are the dogs, those who practice magic arts, the sexually immoral, the murderous, the idolaters, and everyone who loves and practices falsehood. So in a nutshell, what does the Bible say about dogs? Dogs are scavengers. Dogs are unclean animals, the same as pigs. Dogs are ill-mannered. Dogs should be struck with sticks. They eat flesh and drink blood. They dwell with prostitutes in unclean areas. They are outdoor animals, not pets. They are not to be given sacred things, sacred positions, sacred titles, and privileges. They are symbols of evil doers. They are evil doers themselves. They represent dark magic, sexual immorality, murderers, adulterers, and liars. And yet you have organizations like Canines for Christ, an international Christian-based animal-assisted therapy ministry that uses ordinary people and their beloved dogs to share God's message of love, hope, kindness, and compassion to the community. How absurd is that? Yet you have people who bring dogs into churches. I would personally consider our grocery stores and restaurants sacred, places where we eat and purchase food. And these dog nuts insist on bringing these vermin, unclean, disgusting scavengers into as many public places as possible to desecrate our hospitals, dentist offices, airplanes, schools, and every area where humans congregate. To even allow dogs to dwell in our society defiles our society. To allow them inside the home, consider them your children. Treat them as if they are the best types of children possible. Right? To say that you must love dogs to date me, and if you don't love dogs, I want nothing to do with you. This is several levels beyond insanity. It literally places humans on a level beneath dogs. Do you think the Bible agrees with that? Common sense. I did not need the Bible to confirm it, but it confirms virtually every one of my videos directly in support of me. People like me, not you dog nuts. Even the Bible speaks clearly against such subhuman behavior. There is a power dynamic in play where a small group of highly intelligent people understand that it is better, easier to control and exploit people who have a lowly perception of themselves. This is old knowledge. What better tactic than to convince people that they are no better than dogs, that dogs are on the same level as themselves and their children, that they should treat dogs the exact same way they treat humans. This is absolutely outrageous, disgusting, appalling, every other negative description you can think of. An abomination to existence itself. These things need to be removed from society immediately. The message is no need to have children. Dogs are just as acceptable. Much easier to control a lowly people who think of themselves as animals. Call them your children. Allow dogs to have rights and privileges that humans don't even have. To view dogs as the key to a happy family, a happy society. To view dogs as if they complete a family. A family is not a family unless it has a filthy scavenger mutt. In actuality, these animals are an abomination, health hazard, water contaminant, safety hazard, environmental hazard, attacking millions, mauling children most frequently by the millions, infecting humans, children with rabies, parasites, internal worms, bacteria that causes people to require their limbs to be amputated. This is a filthy, disgusting animal that has been rejected by humans for thousands of years. Infect humans with bacteria that literally eats the flesh of human beings. This is a disgusting, repulsive vermin, parasite with legs that has no business in the home of a human being, terrorizing people, raising the anxiety levels where people know that this worthless parasite could snap and attack anybody at any given moment. This is just a little FYI for you dog nuts who value the Bible. Even your own scriptures speaks against your lifestyle vehemently. No need for interpretation. The language used is crystal clear. So even though I may not be a religious person myself, there are clearly some parts of the Bible that I am in complete agreement with.
Family and friends are mourning the loss of a Myrtle Point woman killed in a dog attack. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jaewon Jung. Her name is Amber LaBelle, and she's the mother of 2 girls. KZI9 News reporter Grace Smith is live at Myrtle Point near where the attack happened. Grace, what can you tell us?
Jaewon, this is truly a heartbreaking story. Just on the other side of this apartment complex off of Spruce Street is where Amber and her 2 daughters lived, and it's also where the attack took place. Neighbors tell me on Friday morning around 10 a.m., Amber was attacked by a gray pit bull. I'm told this wasn't her dog. Neighbors say Amber was life-flighted to Riverbend, where she went into surgery. There, she was reportedly put on life support and given 24 hours to live. Unfortunately, Amber didn't make it and passed away the next morning at 4 a.m. I spoke to a friend of Amber's who is heartbroken tonight.
She went way too young, and I hope for the best for her girls and that they can cope with it.
Alan tells me Amber's children meant everything to her. This is a small town, so everyone knew Amber, and they are deeply saddened by this. Now, Jaewon, everyone that I spoke with today are just so heartbroken about this, and they tell me that they just can't believe that this happened. Reporting in Myrtle.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, and just in case you were wondering, everyone is heartbroken, and they cannot believe this happened. We hope that the children can cope with the loss of their mother. Now you have 2 girls without a mother, and all we can talk about is, oh, how heartbroken. This is so terrible. What an unfortunate situation. I hope the kids can cope with this. On to other news. Yet another story traditionally glossed over, where the real problem is never discussed. It's so weird. It's almost as if they have taken a silent oath to never question the presence of dogs in our society. You notice that it's almost like they have congregated among themselves and made that decision, where it's a silent law. All you can talk about is how heartbreaking it was. Oh, it's so unfortunate. You know, they talk about it like, oh, she just had a heart attack. Oh, she was walking outside and got struck by lightning. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. If it's some type of natural problem, accident, stories like this that are covered like this would make sense. Oh man, that's so heartbreaking. But no, in this situation, it is a predator. And you notice
how they wanted to point out that it wasn't her dog. What difference does that make when most people are attacked by their own dog? They threw that in there as if to suggest that that's part of the reason she was attacked. No, most people are attacked by their own dog. Raising a mutt is not going to make that mutt harmless. So, and it's another pit bull, as usual, which is why they need to be banned all across the world. It's hard to find a dog attack where a pit bull was not involved. But this infuriated me. Yes, just a fresh story with a brand new stupidity. And it always hits me. It never ceases to amaze me how they seem to bend over backwards to avoid criticizing or questioning the presence of dogs. You have no idea. I can't even put it into words.
The dog's true nature is seen when you do not offer it anything. Those are the moments when the dog spots you and starts barking and growling. I've reported several stories where dogs attack people, attack children, after those people and children tried to pet and stroke the dog, right? Tried to be gentle and nice to the dog. Dogs are not even interested in that. You have to offer them food. If those people who were attacked, children who were attacked, were to have offered those same dogs some food first, allowed it to eat the food, and then tried to pet it, they would not have been attacked. Now, if this type of character is demonstrated by humans, those particular humans would never be called sweet and loving. They would be ridiculed as one of the most evil and disgusting people on earth. A person who says, I'm going to attack you if you do not give me some food.
Do y'all see how pathetic and disrespectful dog culture is? These people are. They acquired a so-called therapy dog, allegedly, for the school. And now they're asking for donations to send it through therapy dog training. So it's not a therapy dog. Look at this. Seeks donations to fund school therapy dog. The elementary has a new therapy dog. No, it doesn't. You're asking for donations to make it a therapy dog. Listen to this. They're seeking sponsorship to help cover the training costs for this dog. It will play a vital role in supporting the emotional. Oh, wow. Wow. It needs to be trained to walk into a room and stand there. That's all they do. They get drugged up, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to take all these donations, keep it, drug it up, and say, look at how well trained it is. It's going to go in there, fall asleep, just like all the rest of them. Pathetic. That is pathetic. What? Train it to be a therapy dog, not a service dog. Understand what they're saying. This is no different. This is an emotional support. Basically, it doesn't have to do anything. It just has to be there. You, the person, go up to it and pet it and do all this stuff to it. They don't have to do nothing but sit there. What do they need trained to do? Just shows how little respect they have for the intelligence of the everyday dog lover.
Those therapy dogs can spread superbugs, this staph infection, to kids who are in the hospital. They did an entire study and they found that these therapy dogs were infected with this superbug. And you keep in mind, they were only checking for the superbug. That mutt may have had all types of bacteria and parasites and stuff going on. It's hard to totally deworm a mutt. You want to bring them in the hospital so these people can hug and let these things lick on them? Parasitic eggs end up on the dog's fur itself. And if these people are bringing dogs in there, you know for a fact, even according to this study, those patients now have more traces of the superbug than they had before the dog arrived. They actually found this in the study. And this is, you're telling me that this is something that's about to come more and more common? Here it is right here. Kids who spent more times with the dogs had a 6 times greater chance of coming away with the superbug bacteria. They're telling you right there, these things are nasty. And you need to keep them out of hospitals. Hospitals are not animal shelters. They're trying to treat hospitals like animal shelters. Look at this. Clean therapy dogs can spread germs. Okay? Germs. And here they mention again that staph infection and how likely dogs are to spread this staph infection. But they're only talking about this one staph infection. These people are too ignorant about germs and bacteria in general, as new ones emerge all the time, infections and all kind of stuff. This is just unacceptable. Therapy dogs visiting hospitals and nursing homes may be able to transmit diseases to people, even if the animals themselves are germ-free, according to this article. Even if they're germ-free, they've noticed that these mutts pass diseases. Now, this is unacceptable.
Now, I've said several times, y'all need to stay out of the homes of dog lovers. And I'm going to tell you again in this video.
Legislators want to put more teeth into laws against pet owners whose dogs bite people. I spoke to the family of a man killed by a pack of dogs. They tell me dog owners need to be held accountable.
Dog attacks leave victims with more than just physical scars. Many
look at the temper tantrum of the deranged mutant. Okay? Nothing lovable about that. I mean, their homes usually stink anyway. Even if it doesn't stink, there's excrement, urine, and dog saliva everywhere. It's in the air. Why would you want to go into their home? But aside from that, you're on the property of the dog owner. So if it attacks you, nothing is going to happen to the dog. Nothing is going to happen to the dog owner. Why make yourself vulnerable like that?
Attacks leave victims with more than just physical scars. Many say they're traumatized and live in fear. A number of incidents have made headlines, including the fatal
Okay, they're showing kids here, and YouTube has a policy against showing kids. That's why I'm not showing it.
Mauling of 71-year-old Robert Northrup last August.
Yesterday was the 6-month anniversary of my father, Bob Northrup's death. He lived in Ocean View and he was walking and was killed by 4 dogs that were loose. And the dog owners have still not faced any sort of repercussions.
These things are all about violence. If they're not mooching off you, if you're not giving them free food, they're all about violence and attacking people. That's why I don't think it's a positive thing for us to feed them. Let them starve.
Not faced any sort of repercussions. There's been no consequences, no accountability, no charges brought.
She's not alone. Many who've suffered dog attacks say there's little recourse. I met with Stephanie Kendrick from the Hawaiian...
Listen, when I say let them starve, that's no different from what we do with other... We don't feed other animals. We basically let them starve. I'm saying it's not our job to feed these things, just like it's not our job to feed any other animals.
Humane Society, who says the problem is the lack of adequate rules relating to dangerous dog incidents.
What we have a hodgepodge of rules across the state, and we also have very minor penalties for these offenses. So we're
No. The problem is the deranged dog itself. But anyways,
talking about petty misdemeanors, and that's regardless of the nature of the attack.
A new bill gaining traction in the legislature aims to change that.
What this bill does is it creates a designation for dangerous dogs, as well as a process to impound a dog. And for those serious conditions where the dog attacks a human, there's proper penalties.
Okay,
a dangerous dog would be
nothing at all. Just another reactionary plan.
Fined as any dog that, without provocation, causes a bite injury to a person or another animal.
There you go. Exactly what I just said.
The bill does not target any particular dog breed. It puts the responsibility on the dog owner.
What we don't want is dogs being punished for natural behaviors. So somebody comes onto their property, it's a stranger, and the dog reacts negatively. Well, that's kind of the dog's job.
Really? It's the dog's job to attack the friends and family of the dog owner. You heard it for yourself. So why go over to these people's homes? Dog culture is an antisocial culture, and we need to treat it as such. If not, it can backfire. And understand, there are laws that supports what she just said. The law itself says that it's a natural behavior for dogs to attack you if you come onto the property of the dog owner. So stop going over to these people's homes. It's as simple as that. If more of us start to treat these people the way their lifestyle demands, maybe they'd start to question it.
Dog helps her cope with multiple mental health issues brought about by her rough past.
As a kid, I did suffer a lot of trauma. I was raped. I had a domestic violence relationship.
Rape and domestic violence. Look, pretty much everybody dealt with some type of trauma early in their life. That does not give you the right to do what you're doing, to endanger everybody else. How is that the solution anyways? How is that a solution? You think because you had a rough past that gives you the right to spread zoonotic diseases throughout the human population, to endanger helpless kids who have no choice but to live in this home with you and your nasty self? You think you now have the right to endanger everybody in the community? No, you don't. I don't want to hear nothing about your little troubled past. Personally, don't believe it anyways, because you nutters are a bunch of pathological liars from the get-go. All you do is lie. I told you these people are mentally ill, man. And you can't let people like that just have their way constantly nonstop. This entitled woman, that's why she reached out to this media outlet. That she reached out to them only after her manager gave her 45 days to produce the proper documents, and she failed to do it. Pet owners warn that kissing and cuddling their cats and dogs could spread antibiotic-resistant bugs.
Saliva and skin-to-skin contact could transmit resistant microbes. Researchers said owners should question the use of antibiotics for pets over prescribing by GPs is contributing to a rising burden of resistance. They say treating them like a human by giving kisses or cuddles could spread a drug-resistant bugs through saliva, scientists fear. Psychologists quizzed scores of pet owners and discovered many are unnecessarily asking vets to give out antibiotics. Bacteria can become drug-resistant when people or animals take incorrect doses of the antibiotics or if they are given out too easily. This means bugs that strike pets could eventually develop resistance and be passed on to humans who are too affectionate. But get this, psychologists behind the study warn the behaviors are so deeply treasured they are unlikely to be amenable to change. Kissing dogs is so deeply treasured. Kissing a mutated carcass scavenger. This is how disgusting and embarrassingly brain dead these people are, as brain dead as those worthless mutts. The researchers have now offered tips to help reduce the risk with advice such as not kissing pets on the mouth. Of course, what do you think? How about not living with animals at all? Not being affectionate with animals at all. Just saying that sounds disgusting. It should gross everybody out to be affectionate with an animal. That is disgusting. I don't care if it's a hug, kiss. You are an outright full-blown weirdo on another planet if you want to kiss and hug an animal. What the hell's wrong with you? These things are not designed to be our outsource or some type of object of physical affection. Even other animals know that. That's why they're not affectionate with each other. I have to vent. I just read something that infuriated me, and I know when I need to vent. And this happens all the time. I'll read a random comment and my blood boils. Heard a dog nut, say the traditional line, dogs are better than humans. And somebody responds, say, yeah, we can learn a lot from dogs. What can we learn from dogs? Specifically, what? How to be totally dependent? How to do nothing all day but eat, shit, bark, and sleep? Attack people? What can we learn from dogs? You have to press these people on these stupid comments. How to beg for food 24/7? How to eat beyond the point where we're full? How to be nothing more than a freeloader? Is that what we can learn from mutts? Obsessed out of our minds with food to the point that we will eat ourselves to death? Is that the example you're talking about? What exactly can humans learn from dogs? How to threaten everybody that walks by? Barking, lunging at people, random people? How to attack people for simply walking by on the sidewalk or riding a bike? According to experts, psychologists, dog behaviorists, dogs are unable to feel guilt. They can't feel remorse or empathy. It's impossible. It's been proven. The experts have established this. Dogs cannot feel guilt, remorse, or empathy. Period. I'm going to hope you dog nuts are able to accept that as fact. Now, is that what humans can learn from dogs? How to not feel guilt or remorse? How to not feel empathy? Are you aware that it is impossible to love someone if you're unable to feel guilt or empathy? Impossible. Guilt, empathy, remorse, those emotions are mandatory in order to experience love. If your husband or wife stabbed you multiple times and proved themselves to you that they did not care about what they had done to you,
would you believe that they loved you? Right? They beat you up and say, you know what? I don't give a damn that you're in pain, but I still love you. Would you believe that person? How could I brutalize my mate or a loved one, not feel guilty about it, not sympathize with her pain, and still claim to love her? It would be in direct conflict with a dog's survival to be able to love, to feel guilt, to feel remorse, empathy. It is mandatory that predators are unable to feel sorry for their victims. So you can't claim that we can learn how to be loving. I know that's what you dog nuts are going to get to. Oh, they're loving. I wish I could push a button and all these dog nuts just vanish. Not only do dogs not have loving behavior, they are literally unable to love. Their behavior bears witness to that. Hostile creatures, hateful, demonic creatures, dangerous. Everybody who comes around them on high alert, right? They will send a group of adults into a panic if they are roaming off leash around a playground full of kids for a reason. That's not a loving animal. No other animal in our society lashes out in a rage of threats against random humans. Is that what can we learn from a creature like that? You telling me we should be more like dogs? What is wrong with these people? In what way? I want a real answer. You deranged, crazy ass dog nuts. You just insist on saying things like this. And you expect everybody to accept it and not question you on it. They're not loving or emotional. Are they productive? They sit inside your home. They do not pay any bills. They do not hunt or purchase their own food. Their existence depends on freeloading. How is that an example that humans need to follow? Dog nuts make the most asinine statements you will ever hear in your life. It's all psychological. These types of statements come directly from the pleasure owners get from using dogs to reinforce their social disorders. It has nothing to do with actually loving dogs at all. If they truly had respect for nature and loved dogs, they would not be able to own dogs at all. Because animals are designed to be free. Dog lovers basically enslave dogs. Right? The law calls dogs property. You get insurance on them, just like property. I owned a tarantula a long time ago. The guy at the store told me to feed it crickets. A couple months or so later, the tarantula is bigger, to the point where it could eat mice. First time I fed it a mouse was the last time I fed it at all. I was hit with this strong feeling of guilt. I had no business trying to govern that mouse's natural right to try to escape the tarantula. In nature, the mouse may have spotted the tarantula from a distance or simply gotten away somehow. Here I had the tarantula trapped inside my home in a container. Right, I purchased the mouse and released the mouse inside the enclosure. Didn't feel right. So out of respect for the natural order of things, I got rid of it. And I don't understand anybody who would not do the same if they truly had respect for nature and love dogs. If you love dogs, how could you keep them trapped inside your home? That on top of trying to interact with a creature that you are not designed to interact with might be a huge reason why dogs are full of anxiety. Right? These anxiety issues. You ever consider that they come from living arrangements that they are not designed for? You hear these dog shelter representatives and other dog nuts talk about how dogs need a home or deserve a home. Dogs are no more entitled to live in human beings' home than any other animal. What would it look like to see a deer and think, look at that homeless deer, a homeless duck? They call dogs homeless so often, people forget they're animals. Yes, they're mutated animals. And yes, I call them mutants. They're not natural animals, but they are non-human animals, mutated and all. They are designed physically and mentally to be free, to live in nature, not inside the homes of humans. So these people are really doing something that's immoral. I'll tell you what have we learned from dogs? We've learned that they have no business in our society, that they are toxic, that their presence impacts our society in several negative ways that far outweigh whatever pathetic service that 1 or 2% of all dogs provide. We'd be better off using other animals as service animals, but we really don't need to use animals at all. I don't say that as a vegan. I'm simply confident in the potential of human intelligence. Animals are designed to live out in the wild. They're designed to be free. Everything we've learned from dogs has to do with why they should not be allowed to exist in our society. From noise pollution, water pollution, illness, infections, worst of all, attacks. You hear people say that only a tiny percentage of dogs actually bite people. But they are using statistics from only 1 year. Right? They use annual statistic results. The accurate measure would be how many dogs attack over the duration of their lifetime. That's the real question. The dogs that did not attack in the year that your stats come from might attack the next year or some other year. So it would be inaccurate to say that only a small percentage of dogs attack based on yearly equations. The important question is, how many dogs actually attack during their lifetime? This is important because dog nuts put a lot of stock in this narrative. It is flawed. Dogs don't set examples for me. And I don't look up to dogs for emotional guidance, for intellectual guidance. If dogs are better than humans, as I've said before, take your asses to an island and live there with the dogs. And everybody who says this really deserves to be single for the rest of their life. You don't deserve a mate. Mate with your dogs. Right? One dog dies, go get another one. Have intercourse with that dog the rest of your life. How could you get in a relationship with a person who believes dogs are better than humans when you know that that person is going to believe that their dog is better than you? Who wants to be in a relationship with somebody who puts them beneath their dog? Madness. So be on the lookout for these statements. And if possible, check these people when they say this. Because if you don't, they'll continue saying it over and over. And they will continue, maybe not even intentionally, to influence other people to say the same thing. You say something often enough, you start to actually believe it. That contributes to this dog nut culture as a whole. It helps to keep it alive. In every way possible, we need to debunk and call these people out on their utter insanity.
Whenever those carnivores attack those dog lovers or their children, they say, oh, I never thought the dog would do that. I never thought the carnivore would do that. Right? Get a load of these people's stupidity, not intelligence. Humans are well aware that carnivores have natural instincts to kill, to attack, to hunt, yet they act dumbfounded when these mutts do exactly that. Then they turn around and continue to keep these dogs in their home, in their neighborhoods. We are bombarded with reports of dog attacks on everybody, including children and infants. Nothing changes these people's behavior. This is a backwards behavior. I am quite sure that deer that attacked that mutt was not exposed to as many incidents of dogs attacking baby deer or deer period as humans are exposed to reports of dogs attacking children. We have the internet. The deer does not. These dog lovers have been exposed to dozens, maybe hundreds of reports, and maybe have heard of situations personally where dogs have attacked people and children. And yet it does not change these mutt lovers' behavior. This is a backwards behavior. Right? I know that it is a wild animal with animal instincts, but I thought that after feeding it and letting it lick on my face, that it would naturally go away. Its instincts would just vanish. That is the mindset of these deranged mutt lovers. Completely backwards and against the order of nature. Which mammal shows more intelligence in this situation? The deer or the mutt lover? The lioness or the mutt lover? Do you think that deer or that lioness will bring their fawn or their cub in the dog's presence? Would lay their fawn or cub on that goddamn mutt? Without question, animals are more intelligent than dog lovers. Other herbivores and carnivores are more intelligent than dog lovers. Dog lovers are an embarrassment to the intelligence of humanity. They are even below primitive level when it comes to intelligence. Primitive level is on the level of animals. These people are not even as intelligent as animals. They are sub-primitive. Right? If you need to see an example of protective behavior from intelligent beings, you would get a more intelligent demonstration from animals than you would from dog lovers. This is an irrefutable fact.
You actively, consciously avoid places where dogs are because the dogs are there. That's what they refer to as xenophobia, as you having a mental disorder. Okay? The biggest problem with this is that after people are attacked, they start to take natural precautions. It's instinct to avoid doing something that got you harmed. And they fight against that. And they do it on so many levels. Understand, the nurse is going to be telling the parents and the child that they should not avoid dogs. Oh, that's xenophobia. Maybe even the doctor. Okay? Your teachers. Everybody the child talks to. Everybody that the parent talks to. They're going to tell them that it's a mental problem to avoid dogs. That does not even make sense, people. You are supposed to avoid things that are deadly.
Now this guy is hunting with dogs. I believe they're hunting a boar. Check this out. Listen to that dog barking. You hear the dog barking? People, why is that dog barking? Why are these dogs barking? Why? And why that sound? That is the sound of a brain damaged mutant. Now, I want you to hear what dogs are supposed to sound like. Now, keep in mind, wait a minute. Yeah, keep in mind that the dogs, the wild dogs, the only sound they make is chirps. Now, that may sound funny or whatever, but it sounds more natural than this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Could it get any more clear that dogs are mutants? Nothing looks like them. Nothing acts like them. These are carcass scavengers that are not even supposed to exist. Carcass scavengers that mutated into existence somehow. This should be obvious. These things are, you know, after what it seems like, that the mutation that they've gone through accelerated their food drive or exaggerated their food drive. Basically, all because they have more, I would assume, parasites. However it happened, or for whatever reason, their food drive is exaggerated. That's like the sign of its mutation. And that's why it's easier to train them. It's all based around their obsession with food. Short video. Some people have seen this video. I wanted to show it here. Viewer discretion advised. I thought it was important to show people what not to do, how to deal with dogs in situations like this. Hopefully, you don't walk this close to an unleashed dog, or even if the dog is leashed. But this is in a different country. And this is one example of why I'm disappointed with many of these other countries who are not dog lovers, but they tolerate stray dogs. Right? Watch this. So this guy ran into the street and got hit by a truck. Now, in this situation, your best option is to stop and freeze and stand there. Because even if there were no road here, chances are you wouldn't get away if the dog actually wanted to attack you. you wouldn't be able to get away anyways. Your best option is to stop, maybe even walk toward the dog. I think if this man would have done that, he would have saw that the dog was actually bluffing, because it looked like the dog tried to maintain space between itself and the man when it had the opportunity to actually bite the man. Never show fear. You can only end up like this man if you do that. So stop, look directly at the mutt, and do not show any fear. If you do that and you're armed, it will give you time to draw your weapon. Make sure you are a licensed carrier and you have your concealed weapons permit. Very important.
No matter how you train dogs, you cannot remove their natural instincts, which is exactly why they bite over 4.5 million people each year. This should be common sense. But again, because there's so much money in it, billions of dollars each year spent on these mutts by these deranged, psychotic mutt lovers. That is why they continue to be promoted and continue to be legal, which is a disgusting act of legislation in this country. Anything for money. Having a dog wag its tail and lick you is not worth compromising our children's safety. That is an irrefutable fact. The fact that about 100 children are attacked each day and nothing is being done to prevent it from happening is an outrage. You can't simply tell owners to be more responsible, because the consistency of these attacks proves that there are too many irresponsible people who own dogs. This is when the government should step in. More than 50% of all dog bite victims are children, while only 12% of adults require medical treatment. 26% of all children need to go to the emergency room to see a doctor. This is according to the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. That is 50% of 4.5 million. Let's say 2.2 million children per year are bitten. And 26% of those 2.2 million is 572,000 children per year need to go to the hospital to see a doctor. 572,000 children have been put at a high risk of serious injury and death, have been seriously injured enough to have to go see a doctor. Regardless of who provides the most accurate statistics, each source provides numbers that are far too high to be tolerated. Far too many children are at an increased risk of death, are getting totally disfigured and injured. And of course, adults are being killed and severely injured as well. And only a sad, disgusting, inhumane person would try to silence a platform like this. If dog lovers were sane people, they would say, you know what? I love dogs, but it is not worth it. Our safety, especially our children's safety, must be provided to the best of our abilities. But because they are not sane people, they don't do this. And that is why channels like mine are necessary. I will not stop until dogs are made illegal. And it may not happen in my lifetime, which means I will be doing this for the rest of my life. So you can look forward to many more videos.
There is a forum on the internet called Beast Forum. It is where people who engage in bestiality come together and talk about their experiences having sex with animals. And I just want everybody to know that there are over 1.5 million registered members on that website. Now, let me put that in perspective for some people who might not understand just how significant that number is, how great that number is. Go to Donald Trump's website. Can we all agree that Donald Trump is popular? Can we all agree that we come across Donald Trump supporters on a daily basis? Yet Donald Trump only has 151,000 registered members on his website. Think about that. Marinate on that for a minute. Right? Stormfront.org. This is a popular website. Back when Obama was elected, they got so much traffic that they had to shut down. It just killed their bandwidth. And on Stormfront.org, they only have 321,000 members. And when you consider the fact that a sizable percentage of dog lovers have intercourse with their dogs, again, this is not up for debate. As soon as you find out that a person is a dog lover, you should scratch them off your list immediately. These are contaminated, nasty people, and they are a threat to human safety, threat to life on this planet in general, because they open the door for viruses like this pandemic. If a man or a woman is single and they are in love with a large dog, you should assume that he or she is having intercourse with that dog. These people's behavior is too intimate and romantic for my taste with dogs. It is really inappropriate, right? They allow the dogs to sleep in their beds. They kiss the dogs. They will be snuggled up under the covers on the sofa with the dogs. This is weird on an entirely different level. You know the type of behavior that I'm referring to. Gazing into the eyes of dogs, the exact same way they would gaze into the eyes of their husband or wife. These people demonstrate romantic behavior with a dog. That is inappropriate. That is disgusting. These are red flags. Again, if these men or women were to kiss a human and behave the way they behave with dogs with a human, we would naturally assume that this was a romantic couple. And these people expect to get a pass simply because it's a dog. People who are not in a romantic relationship with each other, they don't kiss each other. They don't snuggle up under the covers together. They do not sleep in the same bed together. You could not accept your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, or wife sleeping in the same bed under the same cover with some stranger. It is inappropriate. And from this seat, it is bestiality. Understand, these people do not see it as immoral to have sex with dogs. They view it as a deeper expression of love for the dog. Whenever you see a woman in a skimpy outfit around her dog, that is a red flag. If that dog comes up to her and begins to lick her, think about it. Do you think these same women who are obsessed with dogs, do you think she would push the dog's face away? Absolutely not. Same goes for men. Both males and females, in regard to these dogs, it is absolutely disgusting. A good number of those females are going to allow that dog to lick on her. She's going to welcome it. She's going to be excited to express a deeper level of love with a dog that she constantly says that she loves. They essentially speak their behavior into existence. If you're constantly kissing on something, hugging it, saying that you love it, it is nothing to eventually have intercourse. That's essentially foreplay. That type of behavior is reserved for humans. We cannot continue to let them get away with it. The act of owning dogs, referring to dogs as their babies, treating dogs like human babies. These are all expressions of their lack of respect for the natural order of things. They have no respect for nature.
Now let's continue with this crusade against these disgusting dogs and their disgusting owners. As I've said before, one of the major reasons that many of these dog lovers are so obsessed with dogs is because they're actually having sexual intercourse with those dogs. And I think it's important to understand the true nature and lifestyle, to understand the true mentality of the people that I talk about frequently on this channel. And I think you'll notice that the frequency of those who get busted bears witness to the fact that many of these dog lovers, people who are obsessed with dogs, many of them are actually having sexual relations with those dogs. Updated on July 17, 2018, a 35-year-old man was arrested for allegedly dragging a stray dog to his one-room home and having sex with it while his wife and 3 children were away attending a marriage ceremony. July 10th, Texas veteran, 26, is arrested for having sex with his neighbor's male mixed breed dog. April 23rd, 2018. Notice how all of these stories are relatively recent. They are all within the past 2 to 3 or 4 months. They are all in 2018. April 23rd, 2018, Colorado man built a sex chamber for intercourse with his pet husky and pressured his ex-girlfriend to join, cops say. May 31st, 2018, a man accused of sexually assaulting his girlfriend's dog. February 26, 2018, a Pittsburgh environmental lawyer is facing criminal charges for allegedly having sex with a dog. May 10th, 2018, Virginia Beach man admitted to having sex with his dog. May 27th, a man in Kansas City was arrested after his girlfriend says she caught him having sex with a puppy. The man's girlfriend told police the two got into an argument on Tuesday, and when she returned home, she found the man having sex with her 5-month-old pit bull. Police say there was also evidence of previous physical abuse to the young pit bull. March 29th, 2018, a man charged with sexual assault of an animal. For more than 2 years, this man allegedly had sexual encounters with his 7-year-old dog. June 5th, 2018, Michigan State University health physicist allegedly had sex with a basset hound. March 12th, parents face child molesting charges, incest charges, and bestiality charges in Montgomery County. April 7th, this man was jailed after filming himself having sex with a pet dog. March 31st, 2018. People, you must realize that if these many people are getting busted in such a short period of time, we can safely assume that the majority of people engaged in this activity are not getting busted. It is pretty difficult to get busted for this type of activity. It had to have been going on many times. I'm quite sure that these are not the first time these people have had relations with animals. It's no different from when you see a roach. When you see one, rest assured there are many more somewhere, because that one has been pushed out of the colony because it got overcrowded. The same logic applies here. So many people are doing it behind closed doors that they run into situations where they get caught because they are overly obsessed with this lifestyle. Again, March 31st, 2018, Minnesota mail carrier accused of having sex with dog pleads guilty to burglary. Polk County resident noticed his mail carrier was spending a long time dropping off a package in the homeowner's garage, according to documents. Surveillance footage revealed that the postal worker was engaged in sexual activity with the homeowner's dog. May 22nd, 2018, businessman infected with HIV knowingly transmitted it to a woman after first having sex with a dog. May 9th, 2018, 37-year-old man was sentenced to 18 months in prison for having sex with a German Shepherd. February 9th, 2018, woman who filmed herself having sex with a dog escapes from jail. Understand, this is no doubt a few stories out of many, many more. This is the true lifestyles of many of these dog lovers. This article reads, almost all of the recently published studies have collected their data online from non-clinical samples. All of these studies report that the overwhelming majority of self-identified male and female zoophiles do not have sex with animals because there is no other sexual outlet, but they do so because it is their sexual preference. The most common reasons for engaging in bestiality is because they were attracted to the animals out of either a desire for affection and a sexual attraction towards and or a love for animals. Again, a love for animals. Do these dog fanatics love these dogs or not? They are madly in love with these dogs. In other words, the most passionate mutt lovers are the most suspect. In my book, all dog owners, period, are suspect, especially those who call dogs names that are usually reserved for your wife, your husband, or a man or woman who you are attracted to. Language influences your behavior. This is a proven psychological fact. If you say something often enough, you will start to act on it. If you actually repeat a lie over and over, you'll actually start to believe that lie. So when you see these mutt lovers calling dogs gorgeous, right? Handsome. They do it all the time. Beautiful. Think about that, etc. This is a red flag. This also applies to people who have the same physical relationship with dogs as they would have with a human partner, like allowing dogs to lay all over them, all over their physical body, and sleep in their beds with them. People who actually kiss dogs. This is actually a form of bestiality as well. It is intimate. Kissing is very, very intimate. You cannot walk up to random women and kiss them. You can be charged with harassment. Try that at work, at your job. You will likely get fired because this is an act of intimacy. And all of these mutt lovers, I repeat, all of these mutt lovers kiss these filthy, disgusting mutts. In my book, you can rest assured that there is some extra intimacy going on behind closed doors. These are all red flags. These people who visit dog lover groups on Facebook, making endless posts about how much they are in love with their dog, making these obsessed types of posts nonstop, every day, all day. These are red flags. So just understand, when I talk about these dog lovers having a mental disorder, just like any other mental disorder, you can see the effects of it in several areas of their everyday behavior. If a person is allowing such a disgusting, dangerous creature live in their home, you can rest assured that there are many other mental problems and many other abnormal behaviors going on in that person's mind and behind closed doors.
Oh boy. No, I did not miss this story.
When I got the tip this afternoon about these accusations, I really thought that I had heard it all. I didn't believe it till I was in court watching and listening to the accusations leveled against this Taylor woman. You guys said it. She's accused of having sexual relations with the family dog named Max. It's apparently all on camera. Now she's charged with sodomy and animal abuse. Ever seen anything like this?
I have not.
You probably have not either.
Stop talking about it like it's rare. It happens every day. It takes place every day in this country. And let me tell you, it might take place more frequently with dogs than it does with other humans. You better believe it, on a daily basis. Check the internet. Look at their websites. Compare the views on their websites. I know you can manufacture views, but I highly doubt that it is as rare. It is not as rare as they are making it out to be. It's not rare at all. It's quite common.
It all started like this.
A gentleman comes in the front desk like they do all day, every day.
Like the beginning of a bad joke that turned terrible.
She did own up to performing these acts on Max.
The Taylor man says that
she had to. She was on camera. She had no choice but to own up to it and admit it.
This week he caught his ex-girlfriend Brittany McClure on home surveillance cameras.
Oh, there she is. That's her. Let's go full screen. Oh boy, that's your next door neighbor. That's your coworker. That's your typical Facebook dog group dog lover, right? And this is a pit nutter. Okay?
At their Taylor home, they still share.
In that video, it shows defendant Brittany McClure lying on the living room floor on what appears to be a mattress covered with a blanket. She then removes the blanket and calls the dog over to her.
That's Taylor PD's detective Philip Collop.
Calls the dog over to her. And then she says, good boy.
Had to analyze the 6-minute video.
She is heard saying good boy.
He secured charges against McClure for
a bully breed. Oh boy. I told y'all, this is why bully breeds are the favorites of so many women. Now, we don't know which women are involved in this lifestyle, but you better believe a good portion of them are. That's irrefutable. We all know that there is that population out here. It's not play dumb. So we see these people all the time.
Sodomy and animal abuse. Max is even named as the victim in his...
You think those extra muscles turn some women on? Maybe. This is sad, fellas. We have to compete with dogs. Dogs, literal dogs. You know how they call men dogs? I don't know about that.
His report.
Plain as day, it's his ex-girlfriend performing fellatio on the dog named Max, and her attempts to get Max to reciprocate.
Lieutenant...
She was performing fellatio on the dog, and she attempted to get the dog to reciprocate. That is to do the same for her. This is not uncommon, people.
Frank Canning, at this job 24 years, he's dumbfounded. Says McClure confessed and even told investigators why.
You see, notice how the interaction started. It started with her getting underneath the covers with it. That's why I say you should look at these people who are balled up under a cover with a dog, allowing dogs on furniture. There are so many red flags. Those people are highly suspect. You don't entertain that type of closeness with another living, breathing creature unless it's your own kind. Them doing it with dogs, people, that is an abomination.
Kind of a interest in a fetish, stuff that was seen on the internet.
Good news,
No.
Max was...
No, that is an abomination. And notice, she's doing it with a mutant. Something that nature is trying to get rid of.
Not heard.
Yes, Max is...
Whoa. Let's back that up.
Investigators why.
Kind of a interest in a fetish, stuff that was seen on the internet.
Good news, Max was not hurt.
Yes, Max is fine. He is in the custody of his dad, Brittany's ex-boyfriend.
No contact with any animals.
The judge setting a $100,000 personal bond. McClure apparently says this is the first time she's ever done this.
I would like to think that Max is going to be in good hands and there's no threat.
Stop. Do you think that was the first time? Oh no. Nobody thinks that. Nobody believes that. You can say that all you want. She better change her name. She better lose a whole bunch of weight and change her name, cut her hair. She's going to need to change her whole identity. Now back to these bully breeds that so many women are in love with. And understand, a good number of the men are getting it on with these things as well. That's why I say you should look at all of them as suspect, especially when you see them being intimate with these things, which is an abomination. And I believe it came from the zoophile community because it's typically not something that is accepted especially when seen the first time, people would look at you like you were out of your mind. What are you doing?
After this happening again.
We realize that is a lot to digest there. Now, McClure has no criminal record whatsoever. That's part of the reason the judge issued that personal bond, which means she will be out of custody. And now, side note on those cameras, they were installed not because there was any kind of suspicion that something was going on. They were kind of everyday home surveillance cameras. Reporting.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Well, let's check this out.
I was just going to ask that, Jessica. I mean, you have to wonder what made the ex-boyfriend actually go look at this video. What did he suspect and what did he know at that point? Because, like you said, this is all very disturbing.
He probably started to find dog hairs in places where they shouldn't have been. Who knows? There could have been all kinds of signs we're not familiar with.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if that will maybe come up in her defense. Did he have a right to have those security cameras there? They do share the home together.
Oh, boy. They're trying to put heat on the guy for having the cameras there. Does this sound like a couple dog lovers trying to protect another dog lover? This is a state of emergency, people, that we have this going on among us. And these people passing these zoonotic diseases through the human family. It is criminal. Do y'all know how many signs there are of zoophilia? You see these people kissing dogs? That's a red flag. I believe that came from the zoophile community. Dogs are family. Zoophile community. Fur babies. Gorgeous. Calling dogs handsome. Letting dogs on the sofa. On your beds. Red flag. You should look at anyone who engages in that type of lifestyle as guilty until proven otherwise. The only way to prove otherwise is to not be a dog owner. On social media, when they use these heart eye emojis and hearts, that's sign of zoophilia in my book. Just rubbing on these things. Rubbing on them because they're unpleasant to touch. They're not like cats. They're not like gerbils or rabbits. These are animals that are pleasant to touch. Their skin does not slide. It's not wrinkly. Dogs feel disgusting, outright disgusting. And many of them have hair constantly falling and flying off of them. They're not pleasant to touch. So the people who get off rubbing on these things, in my book, are people who really get off on rubbing these things and tolerating their smell. Okay? See, they want you to become adapted to their smell. The best way is to be as intimate as possible. Let them in your house and let them do a whole bunch of different things. If they can attach dogs to your emotions, they know they have a lifelong customer. Tolerating their smell is very difficult. They want you to get used to it. They want you to become more like a dog yourself. Keep telling y'all this. They've said it quite a few times. Google it. Be more like a dog. Because they say that's the best way to be a dog owner. Because you can't identify living and being intimate like that with no other human being. Even though you're designed to be intimate. You're sharing basically your human powers with a creature that can't reciprocate and can't even absorb, doesn't even understand it. A complete waste of energy. Hey, knock yourself out if you want to be insane. but you're not entitled to endanger everyone else. Now, do y'all believe that people who do things like this can be rehabilitated? If she never got caught, and even after she's been caught, do you think this will be the last time she tries to get it on with a dog? You let us know in the comment section. Now, you might disagree with me, but in my opinion, the people who have sexual intercourse with dogs, they behave like this in public. 100%. So anybody who you see in public who allow their dog to lick on them, if they upload photos or videos to their social media and they allow their dogs to lick on their face, lick them in the mouth, if they hold their dogs like this as if they're holding a lover, these most likely are people who have real bona fide intercourse with these dogs behind closed doors. You should assume that they are, because you're better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. And it also puts pressure on these people and a spotlight on their nasty, really sinful behavior. This abomination, subhuman, primitive type behavior where these people behave like dogs. These are dog people. The dog doesn't elevate to the status or level of a human. It can't. It's too worthless, too dumb. But seeing that the human is far evolved beyond the dog, they can regress and entertain behavior that they may have exhibited in their earliest stages, talking about humans. So these are people, when you see these types of people, these are people who have regressed and who have returned back to the same state that dogs are currently in. And that's bad, because dogs are not even as evolved as natural animals. Dogs are beneath all natural animals. And dogs are the creatures that a lot of these people are most in love with. People, there's no way you could convince me that people who are willing to kiss and be intimate, affectionate with dogs like this in public, you cannot convince me that those people would reject a dog's advances. If that dog decided to lick them in certain places, these people are going to absolutely allow it. And the problem with that is dogs always do that. They always stuff their face and nose into your private areas. So when no one's around, they're alone with the dog, you can imagine they want to be even more affectionate with these dogs. That's why they make these nasty videos, take these nasty photos. They're alone, they feel even more affectionate, just like you would with a human. But instead, they embrace these emotions with dogs, right? I'll go over some more this weekend, but it's not hard to tell. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not fishing here, just looking for some new, fresh content for my channel. You should assume that people who behave like this in public go even further behind closed doors. These are the zoophiles among us in our population. The problem is that we were not calling it out.
we fail to spot it. Instead, we call these people dog lovers. They're just a regular dog lover. No, these are zoophiles, people who engage in intercourse with dogs behind closed doors. And I think if we view these people like that, it might put pressure on them to not entertain this type of behavior, at least not in public. And that's the key. When you make them feel ashamed of behaving like this in public, it increases the chances that they'll stop behaving like this in private as well. See, because in public, they have to pretend like they're above this type of behavior. But once they feel exposed, once they feel like people are on to them, and we are, this is another narrative that I have not heard. These dog nuts who engage in this behavior, letting the dog lick them, kissing the dog, people categorize them as a zoophile. Assume 100% until they stop behaving that way. Assume 100% that these people have real bona fide intercourse with those dogs behind closed doors.
Bestiality is more common than you think. The bestiality website, the social media website, where people who engage in bestiality meet up and talk about their experiences, is up to over 1.6 million members. You can visit the website yourself. I'll leave a link in the description box. Right? Bestiality movies and websites are in demand for a reason. All of the states that have legalized bestiality porn are shown in green. And as you can see, bestiality is legal in 4 states in America. In the year 2000, it was legal in 26 states. This would not be the case if nobody engaged in this behavior. I've seen women post photos on social media websites of themselves in their panties, laying in the bed, snuggled next to their dog. I'm sure many of you have seen photos like this. I saw one photo where this woman allowed the dog to rest its face on her crotch while laying in bed. Right? They call dogs handsome. They have t-shirts that say, "I'm not single, I have a dog." If there is anybody who should be suspected of having sex with dogs, it is these types of people. Right? You have to understand, these people run rampant throughout this society. One of the reasons people are so crazy about dogs is because many of them are having intercourse with those dogs. So my advice to all civilized human beings who have evolved beyond cavemen, do not ever, ever consider dating a dog lover.
I'm gonna warn everybody up front. This might be one of the most disturbing videos you ever seen on YouTube. I told y'all about these sick, demented, twisted, disgusting dog owners. Well, it might be worse than I thought. There is a forum on the internet called Beast Forum. It is where people who engage in bestiality come together and talk about their experiences having sex with animals. And I just want everybody to know that there are over 1.5 million registered members on that website. Now,
Let me put that in perspective for some people who might not understand just how significant that number is, how great that number is. Go to Donald Trump's website. Can we all agree that Donald Trump is popular? Can we all agree that we come across Donald Trump supporters on a daily basis? Yet Donald Trump only has 151,000 registered members on his website. Think about that. Marinate on that for a minute. Right? Stormfront.org. This is a popular website. Back when Obama was elected, they got so much traffic that they had to shut down. It just killed their bandwidth. And on Stormfront.org, they only have 321,000 members. Right? This might be the most shocking of all. The number one selling car in the world in 2015 was the Toyota Corolla. We talking worldwide, not just the United States. And in that year, they sold 1.3 million Toyota Corollas. Now, how often do you see a Toyota Corolla when you're just out and about? You see several of them. So you have to understand how popular it is that these sick dog lovers have sexual intercourse with their dogs. You wonder why there's so many single women who are crazy about their dogs, right? You can't even be in a relationship with them if you're not a dog lover. Think about that. They're single, probably been single for a long time, but they are crazy in love with their dog. They sleep with their dog. They kiss their dog. They let their dog lick them in the mouth. They kiss their dog. Think about that. Those are intimate actions. And you don't think you're running across women on a daily basis who having sex with animals, men too. But I'm quite sure it's more popular with the women. I could be wrong. It don't matter. All these dog lovers are sick. They're sick. Are you really trying to tell me that all the dog lovers you come across, it has to dawn on you that a significant number of them engage in bestiality? Just like you see a great number of Toyota Corollas on a daily basis, you see people who engage in sexual intercourse with dogs on a daily basis. This is why I tell men, do not date women who are single and who are in love with their fucking dog, because it is a good chance that her single ass is getting boned by that dog. And when you see these women taking photos with dogs, think about that. Them in a selfie with their dog. I see it on social media websites all the time. Right? Go to dating websites. Go to plentyoffish.com and look at all the animal lovers, the female animal lovers on that website. Keep in mind, these women are single and they are head over heels in love with their dog. It is because they are having sex with their dog. You got to understand, dogs frequently carry parasites, and those parasites get transmitted to their owners, especially when you allow your fucking dog to lick you in the face and to lick all over your body.
sharing close proximity with the fucking thing, you can catch those parasites. I'm talking intestinal worms. This shit is disgusting. Look at that shit. Do you want that? Many of you, it is reported that some 80% of Americans have intestinal worms. And you cannot tell me that many of them have those worms as a result of having sex with their disgusting dog. I told you, these dog owners are disgusting. They not only tolerate that this is a stinking ass animal. I don't care how much you wash a dog, it's still gonna have that stinking ass mildew dog smell. Right? It slobbers. Its breath stinks. And these people actually have sex with these animals. I told you, these animal lovers are sick. Animal lovers are disgusting. And you should have, if you are a person of decency, if you have any ounce of civilization in your body, you would avoid animal lovers at all costs.
Now, y'all know I've been saying for years that dumping all this energy into dogs, you're going to have nothing left for your family. Nothing but vitriol. Because they're nothing like the dog that you've been obsessing over for hours. You're going to hate them for not being a dog. You've dehumanized yourself. Listen to this.
A Pennsylvania judge rejected a plea deal for a woman charged with killing her 2 children nearly 4 years ago Friday. Lisa Snyder, age 40, was convicted of killing her 2 children after they were found dead hanging from a dog leash in her basement. She also reportedly had sex with her pet Pitbull before she hanged her children.
Okay, full stop. She had sex with her pet Pitbull, and after she had sex with it, she hung her children. Now, simple question. How did she have so much passion and love for the dog, so much that she had sex with it? How could she at the same time hate her children so much that she hung them after having sex with the dog? Okay, something to think about for all of you who've always thought my theories were spaced out and extreme.
But such charges are no longer part of the investigation, per reporting from The Mirror. The judge rejected Snyder's plea, in which she sought to claim mental illness to be charged on 2 counts of third-degree murders, which resulted in the September 2019 deaths of 4-year-old Brindley and 8-year-old Connor. Snyder's children died 3 days after they were hanged by their mother. They were taken off life support after they were found in the home in...
She hung them. So as she sat up in this home with the dog that she's having sex with, her children are hanging. And she's okay with that. Think about that. Now, I know most of you will say, this is an isolated incident. I don't think so. Not quite. I suspect this is just an extreme example of what is inside the home of all dog owners. Most likely, they're all obsessed with the dog, far more obsessed than they should be. I believe that they all carry out some degree of abuse to their own children by being affectionate with dogs, dividing their parental energy with dogs. Something that is extremely unnatural. And I think we need to take this seriously. This is an unprecedented mental illness in humans. This is not a game.